All right. Hello, hello. We're here. Welcome in. Welcome in. Decayed Peace and Eldritch Horror of Bread. Thank you so much for joining us already this day. Lovely to see you all here. How are you guys doing? My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos, general maker of things, and currently shuffling papers on my desk because I forgot that I needed to get that little mess out from under my elbow. So that is now hopefully less in the way. So far so good for being up for 30 minutes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a thing. Actually gaining consciousness in the mornings, it's a challenge. It's a challenge. But here we are. We do the thing. Okay. Let me just make sure I have what I need. Yes, yes, yes. I have a hydrate, I have a pen, I have everything set up, I think. Okay, let us dive into what is the plan for the day. The plan for the day. This day starts with planning. The day starts with planning because there is some stuff that I need to lay out, and I feel like talking through it with you guys will help bring me some clarity in terms of how we're actually going to tackle this day, because there is a fair amount that needs to be done, but how to prioritize things and also getting my brain wired correctly for this is essential, because breaks are breaks are taken by circumstance more so than by conscious effort. So I know that I am going to be doing stuff this weekend that's going to be hopelessly social, and I'm going to be absolutely exhausted at the end of it. But that's fine. I'm going to eat myself around. That's all I can say, is that I'm going to be eating myself around that day. That's this weekend. Decayed Peace, don't stress, don't stress. We're going to be here for a while, so you can relax. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. You did not miss anything at this point. All is well. So, the first thing that we need to look at is actually setting up the priority list. So, the first thing that is screaming at me is the deadline on the 15th, which is Eve's reference sheet / PNG tuber, which is for S Factor Sam. Okay. Insert I moved 18 tons of food, but I'm still here thumbnail. Oh, that one. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. That was a day. That was a day. Yes, that was the thing that actually happened. When is the next load of that due? It must be sometime in January, I think. I think the next load is sometime in January. And I will be volunteering to help again. But yeah, no. This time it's just a bunch of social engagements. So there's family coming up, so we've got to host some stuff there. I promised to make gyoza at some point, so that's happening at some point on the weekend. We've got a community security group that's got a thing going on Saturday that I've got to attend because my family have been told unequivocally, nope, we have to go. Godspeed for the next time. Thank you very much. I'm pretty sure that it'll go well as well. Usually there are like at least 30 people and we can fire chain it, so unloading all of those tons of food goes pretty quickly. So it should be fine. It should be fine. And if there are less than 30 people, well, that's why we have dollies that we put everything on, like 8 boxes at a time. So it goes. It goes. Anyway, let us return to our list. The next thing that I desperately need to get to at some point in the relatively near future, preferably before the end of the year, is my raffle prize. Which I need to draw. It is on the top of my list. I know that I need to do this. I also know that another thing that I need to do is the Kiribon prize for bread. Yes, I am not forgetting you. So that I know that has to happen. And those are the immediate things that are for other people. Those are the immediate things that are for other people. I currently have an empty commission queue after Eve. So I need to market my guts out a little bit. But I'll do a bit more marketing after I can what was I even just saying? My brain just blanked out as I was in the middle of the sentence. Wow. That is terrible. That is terrible. Okay. I can be very patient, so if it has to be delayed, it can be put off. I prefer not to, because otherwise it's going to just end up being perpetually on the list, and then I'm going to feel amazingly guilty. I'm going to feel so guilty if March comes and I still haven't done your Kiribon prize. So that is not going to sit well with me. So I do want to do it at the very least by mid-January. It needs to happen. It needs to happen. Other things that are for other people is technically, it's not 100% for other people, but I need to do these full body illustrations. Hee hee hee. Big secret group project. That I have been talking about a little bit, but what it is, I'm not going to say just yet. All I can say is that I'm very, very excited for it. I've been wanting to do something like this for no less than 10 years, so to be finally involved in one, I am so hyped about. And yes, very, very, very excited. But it's still a year away from the longest delay for good reasons I've had, but I get it. Oh wow, oh wow. Secret project, yes, yes, yes. Hi, hello, hello. Lots of things to do for the general maker of things, yes. And this is not yet the long part of the list. This is not yet the long part of the list. The next thing that needs to go on the list is the Claret Live 2D rig needs to be finished. The Claret rig needs to be finished because I need to have my boss functional. I need to have my boss functional. Then the next thing that is also on my list before I forget about it again is that we actually need to design mistlings. Because that's an important thing for community purposes. That needs to happen. Then I have brainworms busy chewing at me to do the to do one of my other original characters, which is Dari, who I will introduce you to as soon as possible. Alright, the character sheet you posted was a bit blurry. I had quite a challenging time figuring out what's there, like the hair and stuff. Yeah. On YouTube, the reference sheet is actually of absolutely terrible quality. I need to put in the comments the link to the begone page, and I need to actually put a link to a HD version. The HD version is in the Discord, so if you join the Discord server, you will get access to the high definition version of the reference sheet, so completely unscaled. Elamir, welcome in. Good morning, good morning. Good to have you here. Hope you're doing well. Hehehe. Yes, so I do need to actually put the link to those high definition reference sheets in more places, because even the one on VGen is a little bit more compressed than what I would like, honestly. So yeah, that is going to need to happen. Because otherwise what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to actually need to rearrange the reference sheet and put it into a multiple page thing so that the individual files are smaller with less information on them. We'll see which one happens. We'll see which method actually ends up happening. Speaking of characters on VGen, because yes, the character sheet for me is there, but also another character who's there is this Dari fellow, and he is a supporting character in my world build, and I've got brainworms regarding his appearance that I have him mostly designed out of everyone aside from Claret in the Misthaven world build. Dari is the person who is most developed for some obscure reason. I do not know why. He just cooks. He just cooks, but I think that's kind of an important role, so maybe that's why he has already got more of a fixed design than anyone else so far. The other individuals that desperately need work who are part of the Misthaven world build are Erna, who is not yet on VGen. Erna is a bunny. She is a cleaning lady. I need to work on her so that I can do her art rigging as well. Similarly, I need to do Maple. Maple is a dragon. Maple needs to have his human version designed, because Maple is Harrier's mentor. This is a lot? Oh, you have no idea. This is not including supporting administration. This is not including supporting administration and business administration and all of that other stuff that happens in the background that I can't stream. This is quite the list. This is quite the list, and it's getting longer still. Then, on top of all of that, I need to do and this is a big one. This is a big one, because the Fort Misthaven 3D build has a multifaceted function. This one I'm going to be working on in Blender for later porting into platforms like either Motion or something in Unity or whatever other package that will be usable to use for when I eventually have a 3D model, because we are going to aim for that in the future. And the second application that's going to be important for this build is that it is going to make illustrations for things that we are going to want a lot easier if I don't have to think about how does the background look in canon again, you know? So we are going to be looking at that, because it is going to make things very, very, very functionally useful later. Especially when we start going into the second part of the list. the second part of the list, which is the stuff that I need to make before we have the VGen digital store go live in January. This is a big deal, and I need to prioritize a few things for that. So now let me grab my brush and let's go. VGen Jan digital store launch. Handwriting went for a little bit of a ball of chalk there, but it's fine. Here, the next thing we need to look at is what we need to have prepped for that. So, first thing we want to be able to make is digital wallpapers. This is going to be for mobile and desktop. And we want to be able to do this for its various characters. This is why I want to have the Fort Misthaven model, basically, built. So that if I want to have an illustration that shows, okay, it's on top of the citadel walls, you can see a little bit of the town on the inside, you can see a little bit of the terrain on the outside, what's going on, where's the angles, position camera, and all of that madness. If I can have this asset, it's going to make the thinking that goes into that part of the illustration every single time so much less difficult. Not considering when we do other scenes and illustrations and so on that are going to be otherwise incorporated. It's its own pretty font. I'm glad you like it. It's very messy in that case. I wrote slower when I wrote the previous page. I wrote slower when I wrote the previous page, and it was a lot more legible. My legibility is going out the window like a mad thing. I considered writing this list in advance, but I thought it would be more engaging to do it this way. And now I'm not sure if I regret it or not. But in any case, we want to do digital wallpapers, because that is the thing. And some of these illustrations are also going to be accompanying voice packs. I am still editing mine. I've still got to do buzz tracks for a bunch of these. So what I want to do is actually put an asterisk here and go create buzz tracks for each sub environment in Misthaven. And this is going to be an interesting thing. Hey, Sai, welcome in! What's up? We are busy writing lists, because apparently that is what I do with my time when I'm not drawing. I write lists. And oh my word, are the lists long. Joy. So, what do I mean by buzz tracks? A buzz track is basically the ambient noise that goes on inside an environment, which is used when you're doing video and audio edits to make sure that it doesn't feel like you are listening to something that happened in a studio. So buzz tracks are really, really important. And it's basically the ambience, like if you're playing a video game, that's a very environmental thing, and there's a whole bunch of environmental and exploration aspects to it. If you turn your music all the way down, it's all that ambient sound. It's the water moving, it's the birds chirping, all of that madness. That is the buzz track. And every different location is going to have a different sound to it. So there is a need to have that sort of ambience set up so that where we are in different voice packs sounds right. Because, you know, just being stiff in a room that sounds like you're in a recording booth does not vibe with me. You know? If you're going to do it, you may as well do it proper, right? So that is something that needs to happen. And I need to actually make a couple of these. I have one that is pretty short and very, very, very much single use at the moment because it's in an office and everything is a splash sound and not the droning silence. You guys got clickbaited. It's actually a list stream. No, we're going to be making stuff. I did say that we are making things. I did say that we are making things. We are going to get to actually drawing stuff soon. Lol, happy to be debated. Oh boy. No, we are going to get into making stuff soon. We're going to get making stuff soon. Yeah. I just need to get my brain in order. Because this has been rolling around in a maelstrom between my ears for the last 3 days, and I've not had a chance to actually write this down and get myself in some semblance of order. So yeah, the digital wallpapers are an item that we're going to be making. The voice packs are an item that we're going to be making. Another thing that we are going to be wanting to do is I want to do a couple of mini comics. That are applicable to the world build. So a couple of little stories that is maybe not voice pack, but a couple of little cute little stories that we can put in a Zine that people can acquire, download, and read at their pleasure. That is going to be one of the things that we're going to want to work on and make. How these are going to actually appear aesthetically is still up to debate. But it is one of the things that is on the list. Listening to you on listing stuff is also very fun, soothing as well for some reason. I am glad. I am glad. I am glad that you guys can find that at least somewhat entertaining. Perfect listening while I kill time before resupply. Ah, fun, fun. Hehehe. Alright. The next thing that we've got to put on our products that is going to go on the begone store in January that we need. Maybe because I'm not a list person. Yeah. Like, I only recently discovered the joy of lists. I only very, very recently discovered the joy of lists, and now that I have, it has made my life so much simpler, honestly. Dio! Hello, bestie! Hi! Welcome in! Oh, man. Hope you're doing well! Maybe I should also list my stuff more. Yeah, sometimes it just helps recategorize your brain into a way that you can actually figure out what you're doing. So, yeah, maybe not a bad idea sometimes. If you find that you find yourself making more lists than actually doing the thing, though, that is a problem. If you find yourself spending more time making lists of things that you should be doing rather than actually doing, maybe you need to reprioritize your time. Just a little bit. That is also a trap that I need to make sure that I do not fall into, but that's why I spend a chunk of time doing it once, plow through the list as much as I can, and then go and reconsolidate to see, okay, what have I actually gotten right, and what needs to then be tackled afterwards? What have I half gotten right, and so on and so forth? What needs to get categorized into sub-lists so that I can tackle each thing in its own little bite-sized chunks? So, yeah, that is something. Right, so after all of that madness and tangents and chaos, because we live in creative chaos, the next thing that we're going to look at is I'm going to do emote, wrong letter, emote packs for external applications. So that will be things like if you want to have Harrier emotes on something like your WhatsApp or other social messaging sites that lets you upload your own, then I want to have that as a thing. You still have the most ordered chaos I've ever seen, except for the Chaos Cat. I presume he's simply chaotic chaos. Yes, he's currently sitting on top of a cupboard in the dining room, from whence he knocked off a very, very big glass gift that my mum got a while ago that by some miracle did not break when it hit the ground. I do not know how. It was grace. But yes, Chaos Cat has been... oof. However, Chaos Cat has also been rather sparse in my room lately. I think it's because the orange cat from my brother's room has been moving into mine lately. Or it might have to do with him not liking the aircon. I don't know which it is, but either which way, he has not been frequenting my space quite so frequently lately. But then again, he is Chaos Incarnate. He will change his mind with the tides, so that is fine. So yes, that is another thing that we're looking at, is emotes for other places. Obviously, those we will one day have the opportunity to use in YouTube and on Twitch accordingly. Goals. Goals, goals, goals. Then, the other thing that we might look at doing is if I make any assets that could be for VTuber use or for artist use, this is going to be a mess. Because here, in this case, we're dealing with things that could be pre-rigged, we're dealing with things that could be brush sets or other tools, we're dealing with repeating patterns and so on, or we're dealing with meshes that can be imported into other 3D modelers projects. So all of these are things that I need to take into consideration as well. And they are all presently very vague in terms of what is actually useful, necessary, and usable. So that is very big question marks next to those. Thereafter, what else can we prepare to go on our digital store? What else can we put? What else can we make? Because it's going to be digital only at launch, I'm very hesitant. Background music would be a nice addition. I agree. I have someone who can write music, but I've just been struggling for something along the lines of 5 months to get him to write anything for me. Mostly because he has been sideswiped by IRL stuff so desperately badly. It's just been a nightmare on his side. So I am hoping that he will be able to assist at some point. But until I can confirm that Drifter is in fact not being plagued by just every single thing that could possibly going wrong, that's not going to happen, unfortunately. Because personally, I have dabbled a little bit, tiny bit in music writing myself. I do not have any... I don't have any training. I don't have any music theory knowledge, really. I can half read a staff. Half. But like, more like I can follow it along mostly, and I can recognize the difference between a bass and a treble clef. But everything that I've done so far has been entirely trial and error, and it has had questionable. It has had questionable results. So in terms of my personal songwriting skills, I would rather have someone on the team that can do that we outsource to for now. So I am waiting on Drifter being able to have that capacity again. He tried to retire this year from his previous employment, and then things just went wrong for him. So he was going to have capacity, and then all of a sudden he didn't again. So it is a challenge. Music stuff is hard. Don't even know a single instrument. I don't either. Like, if you grow up playing an instrument, immediately everything musical is that much easier. If you are an adult and you're trying to learn music from no previous experience, it is challenging. And it becomes even more challenging if you have a very limited amount of stuff that you have listened to. So if you have not been exposed to various genres, various artists, various time periods, then you're going to have a really hard time writing music, because everything you're going to write is going to be all on one note, maybe a little bit microtonal. In other words, you're not going a whole note this way or that. You're not even going a half a note this way or that. You're just kind of floating around a note most of the time. I've heard that a lot with new songwriters in recent years. That is something that a lot of people struggle with. And you can hear when a songwriter has not listened broadly in terms of what they listen to. And because they have not listened broadly, you can hear that they have no idea really what they're doing or what they want to do with what they're putting on paper or on the sound waves. But anyway, so they don't know the rules to be able to break them artistically. So that is something that you can hear, which is why I have not published, really. What I have made that I am not comfy is even half possible. Is because I'm not comfy that it's even half possible. I've had to use one of my things previously just as a stopgap, but yeah, not ideal. Not ideal. And there is a lot of stuff that I want to rewrite as well, when I half know what I'm doing. But yeah, that is not currently high on the priority list. So yes, music is there. I've got the category in my VGen ready for when Drifter is ready for us to offer the service. Just so that you guys know, I have got a little bit of a team behind me. I have Drifter, who is my audio specialist, consultant, who is going to be doing the music thing when we one day get there and life stops kicking him in the teeth. That will be great. And I also have T, who is a language consultant. And T is basically my primary quality assurance person. She has... the person I go to when I look at, okay, is this thing that I'm making for a client good enough? When it's in the drafting stage, I show it to T, and if she points something out, I fix it, because if she sees it, someone else is going to see it, and before I show the client anything, I want it to just run past T so that she can see the thing that is going to bug a person. What is it? Man, everything is complicated. It's a little complicated, yes, but that's kind of what running a business is about. Yeah, it's kind of what running a business is about. I'm learning new stuff. Yeah. No, that's fun. Learning new stuff is a lot of fun. And I mean, this is all of the sorts of stuff that goes into the very, very, very superficial basics of figuring out what you're doing in a business, really. And, well, creative work is generally a very, very, very integrated thing where there's a lot of moving parts. Like, if you are just drawing stuff, then it's you, your piece of paper, your pencil, and the rest of the world disappears into blissful oblivion. As soon as you start selling things, as soon as you start having to have things that work with other people, as soon as you start changing media or doing mixed media things like anything audio visual, that's when you're going to need to start bringing in mixed expertise. And that's when a team is really, really useful. That's when a team is really, really, really useful. So one day, I want to be able to actually work with a video editor as well. Currently, I'm doing all my own audio stuff, all my own audio editing and so on for all of my projects. One day, I want to be able to pay Drifter for it. So that's why he's currently only a consultant. He doesn't have his own online presence. So that's why when we do the audio things eventually, it will be running through my VGen, is because he doesn't have his own online presence and so on. So I will basically be administrating the get clients thing for him. It's kind of mad. It's kind of mad. But yeah, it's fun. Business management. This morning I was doing tax stuff. Oof. But anyway, we digress massively. We digress massively. I need to think of what else can we do products-wise. Music is on the cards, but that's Drifter. Another thing that's on the cards is voice over, which is me and T that need to do that. We just need to actually record some demo reels so that we can make those go live, because both me and T do voiceover work as well. T more for corporate voiceover, me more for character driven. Although I'm not opposed to doing more corporate stuff either, but I would assume that I will probably get better luck with character stuff, maybe. Not that there's any shortage of voice artists in the world, but anyway. Then, what else can we add? What else can we add? What else can we add? This is also going to include as Bread, I believe it was Bread that suggested this. Custom voice notes. So things like congratulations, motivations, bloody fish paste, all that jazz. Voice over the mini comics, maybe. Yeah, that is something, but it might actually be. It might actually probably be. I don't know if that's going to be something that I can paywall though, because I do want the mini comics and stuff. I do want to put it behind a paywall, because otherwise I'm doing a lot of work for basically no return. I see that one is doing poorly. I might make it a freebie. Or, no. I might have to cyclically release one that has been behind a paywall for a period of time as a freebie to put on the channel. just to say, hey, we do this too. If you like our stuff, there's more of it on the VGen behind a paywall. So it becomes more like an early access thing. Because remember, guys, this is my day job. I am trying to actually make a business out of this, and I need to put food on the table. All of this is for the purpose of being able to put food on the table, because I've got nothing else I can do with my life. So I need to make this pay for me and my perpetuated existence. Error. No pressure, no pressure. Okay, so. Anything else I can think of? Anything else I can think of? I could do tutorial work, however, the financial gains on tutorial work for the amount of effort versus reward is really, 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 really low. To be able to do it well, you need to have a really high production value. And that takes a lot of time investment for stuff that people are going to pirate and copy, and is probably mostly available already anyway. So unless one is doing tutoring, it's like very, 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 very difficult. And even on that note, there is throwing this out, occasionally do a short free one and leave the bigger ones as paid. Yeah, what I might do is I'll take the first couple of panels of the mini comics and release those as a teaser. Yeah, like, we'll see. Because goodness alone knows that I struggle writing short stories. I really, 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 really struggle writing short stories. So trying to keep things contained as a single standalone episode is already an interesting challenge. And I think that's one of the reasons why I've not been applying mental capacity yet to actually developing the personalities and such of the other Fort Misthaven characters. Simply because, frankly, I want them to eventually be part of my VTuber team. I'd like the other Misthaven characters to be part of a team that can work with me. Like a whole VTuber team. Not quite an agency, maybe like more of a creative studio or something. But yeah. Like, I know Dory is going to definitely be a musical person. Dory has to be a music person. Preferably, he has to play piano. Like, that is a non-negotiable. Dory has to be a musical person. If he does any cooking streams, bonus points. Because lore-wise, he's the cook. But he has to be a music person. Everyone else is presently, content-wise, completely unplanned. I have not got anything on their personalities or anything like that, because I want to find people who can fulfill their roles and also help make the business functionally capable of doing more cool stuff. So, a video editor, a graphic designer who's good with motion graphics, a game developer, maybe, I don't know. Which would be kind of cool, because then we could actually take our avatars and make a game. Which, I don't know, that would be kind of an interesting thing. And then use... I'm not going to speak more. I'm not going to speak more, because that is a crumb. That is a crumb. I'm just going to shut up there. I had a good idea that I was running aloud in my brain right now. So yeah, we'll see. There's a lot of potential for creative space here, but I need to have people, and I need to have the right people, and I need to have people that I know that I can work with, and I need to have people that I know can work with me, and I need to have a business manager. Because while I am currently administrating everything myself, I know that it is not my strongest suit, so I also going to desperately need a marketing person. That is not going to be fun, and we're going to definitely need a marketing person. But anyway, we digress again. So, these are the things that we need to look at for January, mostly. So, the lowest hanging fruits, the easiest thing to work on in a hurry, is probably going to be the emotes. Those are going to be the easiest thing to work on quickly, because they are story agnostic, they are background agnostic, they don't need any other characters at this point. That can just be a Harrier pack. It should be fairly quick and easy to make some of those. And if later down the line, depending on how things work, VGen does a physical merch thing, if I draw these properly the first time around, they'll also be usable for putting on some physical merch as well. So this emote packs is probably a really important thing to focus on fairly soon. Probably followed by the digital wallpapers and so on. So, in the interest of these, we will definitely need to prioritize those after the commissions. So, the commissions currently is Eve's reference sheet, which is a big thing. I'm just waiting for confirmation from Sam that the pose that I sent yesterday, yes, it was yesterday, is okay for the reference so that we can actually clean that up and render it out. So I am actually keeping an eye on my Discord to make sure she really likes it. Okay. Let me just answer and ask the question. This is the DM I was waiting for. Okay. Okay. So we can what we're going to do is, as soon as we are out of the list here, we are going to start by working on Eve, because I've just gotten the okay that Eve herself likes the design that I sent yesterday. So I'm just getting the final permissions now to proceed with the cleanup and render, and then that's what we're going to start with today. And that's what we're going to start with today. She says, then looks at the clock and sees that she has been streaming for 53 minutes already. Madness. Sheer and total madness. Izuki. Okay. So, Eve is going to be first priority for today. Then, after we've worked with Eve, we'll see how much time that takes up. It'll probably be like 2-3 hours, maybe 2-3 hours. After that, where was that going to put us? That's going to put us at, that is going to put us at near the point in time where I need to start, where I need to actually end stream for the day, because I have Carol's rehearsal this evening. I have Carol's rehearsal this evening that I've got to do. Okay. And that is probably going to go till midnight, or close to. So, fun. Okay. Let me then go here, open Commissions. Here. Eve character design. Open. Okay. This is the approved design. And I'm going to open also. This one. No, not that one. This one, because this one's got the swatches. Okay. Put you on this side because I'm not using you. Put you on this side because I am using you. And I want this set of swatches. All right. I checked some of the works on VGen and they're definitely not cheap in my currency. They're not cheap in my currency either. They're not cheap in my currency either. They're industry standard, but they're not cheap. But it's fine because it means that, yeah, I never thought the works there are that pricey. You see, where you are geographically has a big impact on how you can price things, but also where your market lies. So my market does not lie in my country. My market does not lie in my country at all. So between that and the fact that I have a very, very small client base at the moment, I can't afford to charge ridiculously undercut rates. I can't at all. So yes, it is not cheap, easy stuff. However, you can ask any of the people who I've worked with before. I try to ask a gazillion and 3 questions to make sure I do it right. For whatever it is that I'm working on. And let's just say that I sincerely hope that all of them have been honest in terms of the reviews on how they found working with me, because they've been very, very kind to me on the reviews, and I am immensely grateful for that. So we do it the best that we can. But yeah. Okay. Let's see. So that is one thing. So I'm going to just hit the save button on this for a second, now that I've just taken that away. And now what I'm going to do is I'm also going to open this up, because I have an emote base that I'm busy working on. And this one I have already implemented. I've made one for myself, but I'm actually just making bases first so that I can actually include these as your character here type commission on VGen as well later. So actually I should probably put that on the list. Pull this way again. Yes. That color. Your character here emotes. So as I figure stuff out, I add it to the list. I still love that eyes emote. I am glad you do. I am glad you do. You know what the next one is that I need to figure out? It is this one. this is the next one that I need to figure out. Let's pick black. That's the next one that I need to figure out, because I use that one all of the time. The prices make me want to sell stuff as well, but yeah, looking for clients is eh. It is. It's a very hostile environment right now, to try and sell art. I can't lie about that. It is a very hostile environment, but there are communities that support, and that is what we are thankful for. That is who we shall shower with all of the gratitude cookies. So, this is the next mode that we've got to work on, and I have it with... This is going to be a 30 pixel brush, I believe. Is it? No. 20. No. 15. 15. That is the one. Okay. So that looked cursed, but it's fine. So we're just waiting for final confirmations from Sam before we continue with Eve, but let us make another base in the meantime. So, first things first, we're going to flip vertical. And actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a symmetry ruler. Have we got a inner border so that I can find the middle of these things? Okay. I think that's 1 pixel off. Let's just zoom in. There we go. And there we go. Now I can hide that again. So, we are currently upside down. And Decade, I'm going to refer you to the chat rules. Thank you, thank you. Your understanding is appreciated. Okay, and this is where it's gonna get funky. Turn it upright again. Okay. Because that is the only way I can figure that that emote makes sense, is if you see them from behind. Almost like a very, 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 very short person. Because otherwise it is twisting in creepy, creepy, creepy ways. So. But I'm not happy with these hands, actually. Or you know what? Actually, just remove all of the body detail. It'll just be a floating head. This is going to be a floating head emote. Because otherwise it makes no sense. Alternatively, I must just make them pop out from above with no context. Which is also doable. Okay, that works. That works, that works, that works. Save. Now we're going to add a fill, which is going to go da-da-da-dum. Like, okay. Clip that. All right. Yeah. Okay. That is going to do for that one. Save. What is the next most necessary emote? Okay. Before that, we have gotten the all clear. We've gotten the all clear for continuing with Eve. So, this is where we're going to continue from. Okay. So this was the coat. Okay. The first thing we're going to do is get that gone, the colors quickly, so that we can clean up our delete the mask, so we can clean up our inking. So we're going to grab this, we're going to go back to this one, we're going to choose black. And now what I did half-heartedly previously, I'm now going to put a little bit more attention into. There we go. And we're going to do this systematically, ending at the face. Undo. There we are. Something like that. Okay. Figuring out that contouring just took a little second. There we go. And now carve away just a little bit with each one to just sell that ribbing a little bit more, give it more dimension. There we go, there we go. Nice, nice. Okay, now we're going to cut out all of that mess. Like that. And let's get this nice and neatly all the way down. There we go. And on the other side, same thing. Nice, nice. Okay, that's one side. Now the other. But, all of that said, guys, methinks it's been an hour and a half. I think it's time that we all hydrate. So, everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. Water. Water, my friend. Oh boy. There goes half a bottle, just like that. Okie-day. Now we continue. Now on this side, the chain needs to link over from the outside in again. So I'm going to flip the canvas so that I don't have to do stupid stuff with my fingers in order to get that line the way that I want it. There we go, there we go. But now I'm seeing, I think I got the scaling wrong. Yeah, I got the scaling wrong. Thank you. Coffee! There we go. And just like that, we're getting there. We're getting somewhere. Hope everyone is holding out okay. Ooh, here it's messing up. Here it's messing up close to the bottom. I'm not going to undo everything at the top because that's okay, but here at the bottom it's the best. Because it's obviously different scaling from there. These last couple of links. Okay, getting there, getting there, getting there. Okay, 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 okay. So, with that, we have a mostly functional jersey. Ain't that lovely? Now I'm going to flip this so that I can carve this shape a bit better. There we go. That works, that works. In here. Happy, 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 happy. Okay. So now we come over here. Wait. Let's do it this way. From the outside in. 4 to the neck. Okay, and on this side, 1, 2, 3, 4 to the neck. Okay. Then, let's go. One, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, I'm happy with that. And on this side, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay. Then three, then 1, 2, 3 to get it more or less straight. Then 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2. Okay. At that detail level, no one is going to notice. Really. I am noticing a thing that's bugging me. There we go. Save. Save, save, save. Now we come over here and do the same on the sleeves. Eep. Not happy with that. That would have been a disastrous cut. There we go. Here. Let's see, let's see. How can we clean up the hand as well while we're here, because the less I have to do after the effect, the better. And I. Sorry. Something in my eye complained right there. It's not pleasant, but it's fine. And just like that, we imply a knuckle without actually having to imply a knuckle. Without actually having to draw one in. There we go. Now here, this pinky is at totally the wrong angle. It would angle in more. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Okay, is everyone holding out okay? Is everyone holding out okay? Wrist, let's just stretch that out, because the last thing I want is for that to get ouchies. Holding out, yes, fantastic braid. That is fantastic news, fantastic news. Just stretching out the old end. Because after the last deadline grind marathon, I kind of overworked it a little bit, so there are muscles in this hand that are a bit strained. But it's fine. Okay. Now, here. Wrist is important. The wrist needs to persist. Yes, yes. Okay. There we go. There we go. I am happy with that. I am happy with that. So now we get this side to behave as well. Clear that. Clear that. Clear that. Clear all of you. And there, like so, it's those ribs. And like so. Okay, okay, okay. And now we clean up the elbow. Okay, I just needed to move that to see if what I was seeing on screen was pixel artifacts or if it was actually just a scratch on my screen. And yes, it was just a scratch on my screen. There we go. That's that sleeve sorted. Save button. And coffee. I think coffee is now in order. Yes, yes, yes. Coffee. Already that's looking a lot more polished than it was earlier. So, happiness is. We're getting there. Just also giving my wrist a little bit of a break. Shake it out a little bit. Okay. Oh yeah, guys, just to give you the update. My ankle does seem to be better after stepping weird yesterday. So I might be okay to quell tomorrow. Probably. I'll probably be okay to quell tomorrow. So yes, after the stream I'm just going to need to set up Streamlabs and test that if I run the model with Quell that it doesn't crash and burn and die. Because otherwise I'm going to need to still use the PNG for Quell. I might actually need to draw another specific PNG for Quell that's updated, but we'll see. We'll see. Unless I do another stupid thing between now and then, which I really hope I don't, we should be okay. Fun. So, considering that it is December, I should probably also put this on the cards. March, early March, is my birthday. Early March is my birthday. And, I am still deciding what I'm going to do for a birthday stream this time around, because I have never previously made a big deal of it, and the times that I did, I always prepared way, way, way too late to actually do anything fun. So while it is still more than a month away, I think we should probably start planning for that. So, what is something that you guys have enjoyed on other people's birthday streams? I'm personally contemplating the idea of doing an unarchived karaoke. Contemplating it. Just means that I've got to come up with a track list. But I don't know if that should be like the only thing, you know? Hold it. Let me just check. That's scaling. Okay, I'm not completely insane. That hand is in fact too big. That's better. It'll actually be my first proper karaoke, now that I think about it. Because I have been so scared of doing musical stuff. Because copyright bots are everywhere. Krahazik, hello, hello, good morning, welcome in. How are you doing this fine day? Bacon on egg, welcome, welcome to you as well. I see everyone is waking up around about now. How goes, fellas? Doing good? That's fantastic news. It's finals day. Ooh, best of luck. Best of luck. I'm sure you've been studying hard. And it's very, very foggy outside. Oh my word. We've got bread, bacon and eggs. The breakfast club is here. Yes! The breakfast club is assembled once more. It has been a small eternity since we've had the full breakfast club. First driving in super heavy fog, it was a bit nerve-wracking. I can believe that. I can believe that. Low visibility in heavy machinery. Especially when you've got absolutely no control over everyone else on the road. Whoosh. I can totally believe that. But the fact that you are speaking with us means that you came out all right. Now we just have to steal Ria's coffee. No! The coffee is mine! The coffee is mine! My coffee. Speaking of which, everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and have a sip. I have coffee. Fantastic. Fantastic. I did in fact survive the drive. Now I just gotta steal some coffee. Yes, coffee is a requirement. Coffee is an absolute requirement. Honestly. Honestly. No, actually, what we just need now for the coffee club, or for the breakfast club to be complete, is for someone with some coffee-based username to appear in chat. Actually, don't have time for it, sadly. No, that is tragedy. That is tragedy. Reward yourself to a big one after the exam. Reward yourself to a nice tall one. Regardless of how you think it went. Reward yourself to the coffee. My final is in 9 minutes and I still gotta run across a bit more of the campus. Oh my word, oh my word. How are you still chatting here if your exam is 9 minutes away? Go, go, go! Run, run, run! Run, Bacon, run! May you fly with a pig's wings. Go! Fly! Be hasty. All I have to do today is present my video project and also my paper I wrote. The actual major sit-down test is tomorrow. Ooh. Ooh. I can walk and type. Yeah, it's just you just said run across the campus. It's like, okay. But as long as you can not trip and fall while typing, then okay. I'll trust your piloting of your own meat mech to that extent. Good luck, bacon, on running and examining. Exactly. Yeah. May be using dictation. Ah. The bone neck that wears meat armor. Yes. Yes. With the protein pistons. My phone's voice to text is bad. I'm just typing. Ah, yeah. No, my experience, most voice to text is pretty unreliable on the best of days. Like, one's enunciation has to be spectacular for your voice to text to not turn out looking really, really gross. Like, your enunciation has to be absolutely spectacular. I often think I should use a voice to text tool for... Actually, I do need to implement it. I need to actually implement a voice to text tool for my streams for accessibility purposes, because it's not like I speak in a way that is all of the slang all of the time. So I should probably implement that. Sam, hello, hello, welcome in. How are you doing this fine day? Good to see you, mate. Eek. Doing alright, was dragging a bit this morning. Fortunately, work hasn't been too hectic yet. That's good, that's good. I'm sure that'll come later. Yeah, it is always dangerous to note when it is a quiet day at work. It is dangerous to note that, because as soon as you do, there goes the rush. But how are you doing, Sam? It's been really a small eternity since we've last spoken in any significant detail. The last time we did, you were just about to go on honeymoon. How did that go? Been so busy. That I can believe. That I can believe. The quiet just means that the horde is preparing for the first wave. Oh, that's so accurate. That is so accurate. Oh, my word. Oh. Work, moving things around the apartment, mountains of immigration paperwork for the wife. Yeah, I can understand that. I can understand that entirely. That is not an insubstantial amount of administration that needs handling. And on top of all of that, it's the end of the year, and that comes with its own levels of chaos, which are not to be underestimated. Eek. Busy times. Yep. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this slot and I'm going to separate it off for now. And I'm going to go cut, paste, undo, cut, paste, U. Okay, and now we're just going to focus on this belt loop setup here quickly. I want to get back to a good content creation routine again, but that's proving difficult due in no small part to a lack of motivation. Motivation is one of the content creator's worst nightmares to deal with. I have seen so many people fighting with motivation issues. I've had burnout issues more than motivation issues personally. And just a fatigue that stops you from actually doing much, even though you know that doing the thing is exactly the sort of thing that will energize you again. Sometimes. Because some days you just kind of want to wallow a little bit in the peace and quiet of the raging madness inside your own ears. Without needing to articulate it to other people. Same, I think, though I'm starting to pick up on the 3D modeling and Starship design again. Even if I can pick up my content schedule, I have to balance it with married life, which already results in having less alone time to do such activities. Yeah, that's the madness that comes with having a multiple faceted existence. Because, Sam, in your case, you are now a husband, you are a breadwinner, and you are a content creator. So that means that your conscious hours are split in 3 already. And that is hats that need to be put on and shuffled around. So it is, firstly, incredibly respectable that you are dealing with that. And it is not easy. And I can totally understand it being a bit of an overwhelming thing to try and get into. Finding time to do your thing without feeling guilty about the time that you spend doing it is important. And difficult. So the balance will come eventually. Just like anything, the early stages, usually about a 6-month period, has its teething issues. Like, the first 6 months of any new venture is always madness. Like, always. And depending on what the individual circumstances you're dealing with are, if you're in a less routine lifestyle, it's especially difficult to fall into any level of consistency. And that is why pre-pandemic, I was not an actual proper content creator because I was in that sort of environment where I had a half routine, but not enough predictability to be able to fix a schedule to anything as well. So I'm familiar enough to sympathize with that madness. Routine is crucial. And, you know, that's something that personally I think my family struggle with, is that in general, the majority of the members of my household are non-routine people. So trying to find a routine amongst otherwise non-routine people has been one of my long-standing existential challenges. Still fighting it. Still trying to get back into the schedule that I set up for myself 2 or 3 months ago. That worked for a little while until my computer broke. But I'll get there again. Baby steps. Come on, get this curve. There we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. I rarely operate on a really a schedule outside of work, but I do have routines. Look, there's a difference between a schedule and a routine. Because a schedule is planned and a routine is habitual. And in order to get a routine, you sometimes need to set yourself a schedule first, especially if you're trying to get something new set up. And that is one of the things that I'm presently struggling with, is to get my schedule into routine phase again. Still not happy with that top line. Schedule can be used to trigger routines. Exactly. Clear that. Duplicate that. The view. Like that. Okay. Cut you. Cut you. That makes sense. I was struggling to articulate what a routine is, but I was mashing schedule and routine together. I have my morning wake-up routine, my leaving for work routine, my leaving the house routine, my going to bed routine. I've been a routine person, but I've never been a schedule person. Yeah. Like, it's useful to be familiar with the difference between the two. But circumstances sometimes demand that you have some level of flexibility, obviously. The one thing that one needs to be careful of if you are a routine person is to avoid fabricated memories as a result of your routines. because that's something that I've fallen into more than once, is to think that I've done something because I always do the thing, and then I haven't done the thing, and then I wonder why. And then I realize that something interrupted the routine, and then boom, there goes that one part that fell off the bus. That's never fun when that happens. Try to make a schedule and my brain screams at me no. Yeah, the thing with a schedule is that one mustn't think of it as... How can I say? Scheduling to the minute is insane. Having a rough order of operations for how things ought to go, that is fine, that is reasonable. Unless you're talking about a literal planned itinerary for an event or something, and you need to organize a bunch of different people to be in the same place at the same time, then you need a to-the-minute type schedule. But like, for most things, just having a rough order of this needs to happen, and then this needs to happen, and then this needs to happen. Sometimes just how you think about a thing can make a huge impact on how you interact with it mentally and psychologically. Or as a part of your routine, certain items are always stored in specific locations, and then you forget to place that item in the spot and you can't find it. Yeah. It reminds me one time, back when I was in school, I woke up one morning and I couldn't find my glasses. And I actually ditched school that day because I couldn't find my glasses. And I was one of those people who, if without my glasses, I could not see what was going on. So I ditched school that day because I could not find my glasses. 4 hours after school started, right? I found my glasses in the pantry. Do not ask me how my glasses ended up in the pantry. It makes no sense to me to this day. It makes no sense to me to this day, but that's where they were. I would never think to look for them there. Like, I was honestly sure that something had happened to them at that stage because they were nowhere logical. So, what I've come to learn from that incident is, once you have eliminated all of the logical places for an item to be, look in all of the illogical places. Because if it's in all of the smart places and it isn't there, it has to be somewhere stupid. Save button. Coffee. Start searching the illogical place and everywhere. So, common places for lost items. The pant pocket in the laundry. The bathroom. The kitchen, someplace. Usually someplace where there is a surface. Behind the cushions in the living room, or wherever it is you might sit for any length of time. Or the other person's desk. Got me trying to hold in my laugh at work. They're gonna think I'm crazy. I think I'm crazier. Let them think you're crazier. Let them think that you're crazier. It just means that you're going to have crazy but fun is better than normal and boring. That's all I'm going to say on that topic. Because, man, I've met some normal people that are so serious about everything. And I consider myself a fairly serious person, so I find that hilarious coming from me. But then again, I suppose there's a difference between being a serious person and taking yourself too seriously. Because you can have fairly serious people who have the most wicked senses of humor, and that's always fun. And then you get the people who are really serious, who leverage their seriousness for their sense of humor. And those individuals, oh, gold. Unfortunately, I have to start with looking in illogical places because it's logical I put something somewhere illogical. Oh my. You know, that is fair as well. Actually, am I being dumb? Just a little bit. I can use that. There we go. So that looks good. A little bit of dynamic there. Nice, nice. Okay. Save button. Copy. Which is now almost room temperature. No. But this is coming together nicely so far. The refinements have been working. Last swallow. And the coffee is gone. Sad, sad, sad. Okay. Just get the wrist to... Oof. Okay. Slowly but certainly we are getting there. We're getting there. So now, we need to look at the actual logistics of this pleat, because that ain't how a pleat is going to behave in real world. Sometimes people don't know the difference between serious and uptight. Besides, it's not like someone who can be serious is necessarily always serious. Yeah. I mean, context has a huge role in the appropriateness of seriousness as well. On the converse side, I can't handle people who seem incapable of taking anything seriously. There needs to be balance. Yes. It's very difficult when you can't trust someone to, you know, not take something ridiculously lightly. There are circumstances I can imagine very easily where if you've got that sort of individual close at hand, that it can be amazingly frustrating. So Tony Stark would be the kind of person that would drive you nuts. That that is a very solid maybe. He drives everyone in universe nuts, to be fair. Yeah, this is true. Serious but rarely acts like it. Yeah. Just to deviate a little bit, that is that is also a very interesting character type in fiction. I hate to meet people like this in real life, but people who act unserious strategically, ooh, those are fun characters to read. They strategically act wholly unserious. Those characters are a lot of fun to read. When actually they're just wheeling and dealing underneath the surface. When the never takes things serious character stops joking and goes serious, then you know things really start worrying. Yeah. That was almost a mistake. Often those characters are either strategic or it's just how they cope and not mentally break when things go sideways. Yeah. That is relatable. A little bit. It's like you've got to have a sense of humor about things. Like I've got to I don't know how I can phrase this. I don't think international folk would be able to appreciate South African humor a lot, because how we cope with everything going sideways is to make fun of it in very brutal ways. Which is one of the reasons why I try not to ever use South African humor in my streams because it's the sort of thing that gets you cancelled so quickly. The coping mechanism humor. It's funny to see people reading a secretly serious and competent but hides it character and then see them fall for the disguise and flatten them as a never serious one. Oh, yeah. Like, sometimes the character is entertaining and then then sometimes the audience is even more entertaining. Like Ron and Kenshin. Yes! Yes! Kenshin is such a fun character. One day's one day I want to keep growing my collection. I've only got a little bit of that manga on my shelves. I'd like to get more. One day. One day, one day, one day. He's the strategic type? Yeah, yeah. He's the strategic type, but he's also the coping mechanism type. So it's like, you can see that it's a coping mechanism, but then he actually releverages it, and it's like, oh, brilliance incarnate. Mwah. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Part of what makes him more of the strategic type is he switches between goofball and serious often. Yeah. Yeah, that's the major tell. You can tell that he reserves his goofball for when he's with people that make him comfortable. Most of the time. Or people who he specifically wants to fool. When it's time to fight, he switches mode. Yeah, yeah. Which reminds me, there was a new adaptation recently that I still haven't watched yet. It's been bugging me that I haven't gotten to it. Has anyone seen it? Is it any good? It ought to be. I mean, based on what I have heard of it so far, it seems to be pretty close to the source content, so it's just basically animation that's had update grades and new voice actors. Often the true coping ones are more like Tony. They don't switch modes. They'll just in a serious fight and still cracking jokes. Yeah. Yeah, the copium individuals, they're the ones that get that kind of crazy laugh in the middle of things just going completely sideways around them. They're the ones that get a little bit scary. Okay, that's that. Now we refine this, make this thinner. Save the weight for the bends. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, that looks decent up until the knee. We continue. There we go. Okay. Had to dip out for a bit, had clients to take care of. No stress, no stress. This is the sort of channel where things go quiet for a little bit and then they pop up again and they go quiet for a little bit and it's all chilled. You guys never have to feel bad about having to dip out for a bit to take care of stuff. Why? Because life happens. I just appreciate you guys coming around at all. I wasn't able to make it, but congrats on the model debut. Thank you very, very much. This is my first stream post-model debut, so yay. Thank you very, very, very much. I've already found things that I need to fix. I've already found things that I still need to fix. Funny how that only happens once you actually actively start using a thing, right? I had the room open, but otherwise slipped through the debut. It's okay. It's okay. Krahazik, you added to the viewership stats. Either way, it's fine. Besides, the bot is still there. You guys want to see it still. Whether you were there live or in the VOD squad, I appreciate it either way. Such as looking at one's own art? Yeah. This is true. This is so 100% true. Okay. Lower body happy, so now it's just this hand, and then I can move on to the face and hair. Okay. Bacon is alive! Alive! Welcome back to the land of the living bacon. Welcome back, welcome back. Did your delivery go well? Well, considering that you're here, I assume so. The video presentation went well. Fantastic! Fantastic, fantastic. Congratulations. Fantastic news! Welcome back. We have cake. We have cake! We have cake! Can I have some? Can I have some? I need edible motivation. Did I let my desperation show too much there? I don't know. Just gotta present the paper in 2 hours and I can go home. Nice, nice, nice. Heck yeah, cake. Cake! Cake. I made cupcakes last night for dessert with dinner. Ooh, lovely. Lovely. Wait, made. Okay, we've got an overachiever here. Someone who bakes for himself. The cake is just in the next room. You're almost there. I sense a portal reference here. I sense a portal reference here and I don't like it. I still need to play that game. One day I will play Portal. It's on my list of things that I desperately need to play to feel competent as a streamer. It's fun sometimes. Sometimes. The first one is very short. Okay. There is always more science to be done. Ah. Isn't the second one have co-op support? Yes, it does. It does. I have actually got Portal 2 in my library. I don't know if I've got Portal 1. I don't think I do. I know my brother has it, but I don't. I've never played the first one, and I've started the co-op of 2 twice, but never finished it. 2-player Portal 2 is very fun. Yeah, yeah. I've played the co-op in Portal 2 twice, I think. I can't remember. Looks fun, but also potentially frustrating at the same time. Well, that is true for every puzzle game. That's true for every puzzle game. Is a lot of fun, but you're going to want to throw something. The nice thing with Portal is that you can sometimes throw something. And sometimes you can throw that annoying something into the slime and watch it burn. What? Nope. What? You can high five and also drop your partner in the goo. Yay! That co-op Portal is a lot of fun, especially with people who've never played Portal before, because they don't know what to expect. But I think that's true of any puzzle game that's got mechanics like that. Let's play Toss the Turret. Yes! The turrets are so cute, actually. Like in all of fiction, I am not usually a fan of the cute thing that is just a murder machine. But like the turrets are cute. Like they are the one murder machine that's adorable that I can actually actively get behind. As long as you can trust your teammate to not drop you out of the gravity tubes and into the goo. My teammate cannot trust me. Oh, that is good to know. That is good to know. Oh, that is good to know. Hold that. Something is just breaking over here. Sorry. Just gotta fix something up here. One second. Okay. Back in my chair. Watched a video about soft locks in Portal yesterday. That had a lot of foresight. Ooh. Yeah. I still desperately want to play Portal, so I try not to spoil myself too much with the actual story. My first exposure to Portal was actually a cover of the ending song. That was my first exposure. the model looked like a grandmother struggling to read small font on the phone. Oh my word. When Valve actually makes a game, they're usually very good at it. Ooh. Soft lock prevention, the programming equivalent of baby-proofing your house so that the toddler doesn't break the door down. Yes. Because if there's one thing that is for certain, it's that gamers have a wonderful way of finding interesting ways of breaking the game that the developers could never think of. Oh, Ria, I made a mistake last night. Oh dear. Oh dear. Are you okay? Are you in one piece? So Zhongli comes back tonight whenever the server takes over. Oh. Oh, I'm reinstalling it then. I have a thing where every time Zhongli comes, I pull for him because he's the only character that I'm trying to get on Constellation 6. Even if I'm not actively playing right now. Yeah, I understand. I understand now. I understand now. Yeah, okay, so if Zhongli's coming back, I'm totally pulling for him. I had 77 pity saved with 90 pulls ready. Ah, lucky. Yeah. I don't think I've ever pulled a character with less than 80 pulls. I don't think. I got one free standard banner pull. I meant to go use it. I wasn't paying attention. Oh no. I get a feeling this story isn't over yet. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. You have my condolences. That is not fun. Oh no. That is not fun. You have my condolences. That hurts. Like, I'll be honest with you, I don't even know who Chaska is. I've been paying that little attention lately. I haven't lost a 50 since like June. Oh. Okay, well, that's actually kind of impressive. Like, that is actually kind of impressive. I've lost 50/50s enough times. Which means when I pull for him, it'll be my first loss in a while. It will curse me. You have my condolences. You have my condolences. That is not fun. Chaska is a new animo girl from Lapland. She flies around on a giant gun. Oh, okay. Yeah. I will be honest, since Fontaine, I have actually been so out of it. I fell out halfway through Sumeru. And, you know, I don't actually think there's a single area that I've got full completion in that game. Don't know what you're all talking about, but playing buckshot roulette, I lost every single 50-50 chance of shooting at myself. Ooh. She's cool, I guess. I used her during a side quest and it was alright. Yeah, sometimes when you've got their character demo quests, some characters can kind of hook you a little bit. Other times not so much. Like, I've played a couple of character demo quests where it's like, yes, sort of nice mechanics, but like, do I need you? And the answer was no. Several times. Especially with support characters, honestly. Mostly because I'm not smart enough to build a support character. I'm not enough of a gamer for that. The whole thing is when you're flying on the gun, using a skill, you hold the attack button and it starts loading the gun with like 5 or 6 shots. Huh. Okay. Huh. Three of them match the element of your other teammates and the others are animo. Alright, that's not too bad. So then it automatically fires once full and it triggers a ton of saw reactions. Ooh. I can imagine that being a pretty useful main character if that's your vibe. Do you have pets? Yeah, I've got a couple of cats. I've got a dog or two. Yeah. The cats are chaos. The dogs are loud. Okay. What's this? Yeah. Okay, other side. A dog or two? Did you forget how many you have for a moment? I wanted to say I have 2 dogs, but I had the word ah in my sentence before I had gotten my brain caught up with me. So I'd said aloud before my brain caught up with me. And then I just had to commit to the sentence. I was talking too fast for cognitive factuality. Schrodinger's dog. Okay, well, technically he's my mom's dog, so she's acting mysterious to keep us hooked. No. Okay, well, it is my law that I'm completely forgetful. I have forgotten all things, so that is the law. If I want to be law accurate, I need to stop giving stories of the past. Gasp. We will not know if there is a dog in this box or not unless we open it. Barking sounds from inside the box. Yes, especially when the barking sounds are weapons grade, because one of them has a literal sonic blaster for a larynx. It is insane how loud her voice is. Okay. What's the time? That is the time. Okay, hit the save button. Okay, so that is that, which... Oh, I need to come back to that. Okay. So. We're almost done with the inking here. I, however, need to just handle something real quick, so I will be back momentarily. It should be a minute or 3. Approximately 3 minutes, we'll see. Alright, I return. How many minutes has it been? How many time lapses have gone past? 2.5, I think? Maybe? How many time lapses have finished since I left? You just rearrange myself in my seat. There we go. Okay. Back here, and there we go. Didn't pay attention, took a chance to make some coffee. Ooh, nice. Okay, so this is on the wrong layer. And this I want to make more subtle. Like that. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. Okay. So the last thing that I need to do before I proceed with hair is... Did I just delete my message? That's the thing I can do. Yes. Yes, that is a thing that you can do. Yes. I was not sure that if it was something that I needed to look for in moderation until I saw that it was retracted and not a message held for review. But yes, that is in fact a thing you can do. So, I didn't see what it said, but yeah. It is in fact a thing. What is this even? I didn't even mean to do that. Funny how that works out, huh? What is this thing? Ow. Okay, never mind. Right, so now we need to do the belt buckle. Okay. I said, welcome back. It's been 84 years. I was on a teensy bit of a delay hearing you come back asking how long you were gone. Ah, I see. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, we can generally use, on the BRB screen, the time lapses as a measure of time. Because each one of those is 60 seconds long exactly, so... we can use those to figure it out. There we go, there we go, there we go. And shadow. like that. There we go, nice. And like that, and like that. Yes, cool, cool, cool. Just like so. Save button. So that is the belt buckle. Now there is just our multi-tool on its thingamagafter. Ria, do you listen to music while drawing? Do saying so in absolute silence for me is unhinged. Okay, guys, can you actually hear the background music? Because there is supposed to be background music. Can you hear anything, or is it just me? Have you guys been not hearing anything this entire time? Just me. Oh, colors. It has been on this entire time. It was just too quiet, clearly. Can you hear it now? Not? Okay. Okay, let me just do this so that I don't go deaf. It's supposed to be on monitor and output. There we go. Yeah, and bring it back to -20. A little bit less, -30. Should be a good. -30 should be a good number. Okay. Okay. I'd heard it the whole time, but my earbuds aren't very loud. Okay. Yeah, no, this was going the entire time for the last 3 hours. So, hopefully that should balance out a little bit better. Is the balance now alright? I can't believe you guys have not been hearing anything. If you asked me earlier if I was supposed to be in complete silence, I would have said absolutely not, and I would have fixed it sooner. Shame. I'm sorry. I think this has got to do with how my entire setup broke when I was trying to set up for the debut. I had to basically rebuild everything, and some things clearly stayed broken. Some things clearly stayed broken. You have my sincerest apologies for that. It's okay, we're all learning here. Yeah, but still. It's the sort of thing that ought to be right from the get-go. And this is why sound check is important. Okay. And then here we're going to, I'm going to put on a mask, I'm not going to cut anything. Okay, and then on this side, also a mask. There we go. There we go, there we go. Then, yeah. The next thing we do is we add our pocket. Which I'm going to add the piping in this way. And like so, like that again. Okay. And there we go. One by multi-tool. Quite literally as well as figuratively in the bag. Okay, now here, I'm going to also cut this a little bit because it's overlapping and we don't want it to. Okay. Here, like so, there, like so. Now, we add a bit more dynamic to these. And merge down. Apply the masks. And carve that shadow like that. There we go. Save. There we go, there we go, there we go. And now, let's tackle the hair. And I'm going to need to do this. Carve through that. That'll do. Okay. In here, this one. So that is going to go out again, so that we don't have a tangent there. Okay. I'm gonna duplicate this. Hide the top one. Come over here. Cut everything in front because it's just getting in the way right now. It's funny how you took the time to draw the ear just to cover it with hair. Yeah, it's just because I'm not sure always how the hair is going to fall in the end. So having the detail there means that I don't have to worry about having to try and fill it in, not knowing what it's going to look like in the gaps between hair strands. It just means that what is going to be seen through the gaps in the hair is going to be continuous. It's not going to look like the lines are disconnected and weird. Also, if the hair is on a separate layer, then there's an option for different hairstyles later. Yeah, at the moment, this is basically a reference and a one-style PNG. If the... at present, it appears as though this character is actually just a representation of someone who might be a ghost voice in the very, very back of a stream every once in a while. Because this is actually a normie, not a content creator that I'm currently busy drawing. So the likelihood of time, money, and effort being spent on additional outfits and so on is incredibly low. And if they are going to be necessary, it'll be for once-off illustrations, probably. Yeah, it's my sister-in-law. Yep. That is true. Okay, so now we get rid of everything in the back. Actually, let's cut like so. I'd like that. Okay. And rotate so that I can get a better angle on that. That was easier. Apparently Twitch recaps are out. Ooh. Yeah, I only really started using Twitch really recently, so I'm not going to have anything valuable in there. If I've got like 40 minutes of watch time, it's a lot. I also have only streamed on there like twice, 3 times, maybe? 4? 5? 5 times. I've streamed in there 5 times. So it's like, even from the creator side, not really worth paying much attention to at this point. I actually lost 100 hours compared to last year. I'm at 2.6k as opposed to 2.7k hours watched last time. Holy smokes, that's a lot of watch time. Holy smokes, that's a lot of watch time. Wow. If in this entire year I have watched 200 hours of live streamed material, I would be surprised. I usually put on streams when I go to sleep. Ah, I see. Yeah, I've just been really bad at actually getting to other people's streams. Largely because I'm either working on my own stuff and watching another stream while streaming yourself is kind of difficult. Or I'm busy with stuff that I can't actually watch a stream with. So it's like, yeah. There are 8,760 hours in a year. I know someone with 7.9 hours of watch time. Oh my word. I usually have 1 or 2 up with while doing other things. Tons of lurking. Yeah, like, I'd like to lurk as well. I just find myself just feeling guilty for not being actively there, you know? And a lot of the times, the people who I want to watch are doing game streams, and on one hand, I don't want to spoil myself with the game and what happens in the games. And on the other hand, I feel like if I'm not actively watching what they're doing, I'm losing all of the context of what they're speaking about. So, game streams are not actually my favorite content to watch. Chatting streams are okay though. I think most of the streams I've watched have actually been karaokes. Most of the streams I've watched have been karaokes. I had 6.1 hours watched, lots of lurking. I do not often pay attention to gameplay streams. Like, I've tried, but it's like very, very difficult. Like, I think the only gameplay stream that I recently watched that I paid actual attention to was a demo of Evolve. Can't even remember what it was a demo to, but I remember I really, really liked it. Yeah, I can't remember what it was. It was the one with the cute little pet dragon on the shoulder. What game was that? That there was a demo for that released this year? I never feel like doing a chatting stream is justified because I have no audience and nothing to talk about. I just have no idea how people do it. Yeah, a chatting stream is an interesting thing because it depends entirely on what kind of chat you're talking about here. So, like, just a free chat with an audience is difficult, oftentimes. Like, it's just straight up difficult because everything is ad-libbed. If you've not got an actual story to tell, or if you're not a butterfly that yaps about everything and nothing, it is very difficult to do a free chat. Because you have to bounce off of an audience, and for that you need an audience. And that is scary. It is scary, because if you try and do a free chat and no one rocks up, it's really, really hard. Or if they do rock up and they're all lurkers, it's really, really hard. Reaction as a chatting type stream is generally easier because you're just watching someone else do a thing and speaking your mind on what you see. I don't watch a lot of those actually, now that I think about it, mostly because I have no idea what people actually react to and I don't know how that's even legal, but anyway, that's besides the point. Another thing that people do is they'll do talk shows. Talk shows are always interesting because you get introduced to new people the whole time. Most of my streams devolve into it just chatting and of course the game at times, but I do games because I need something to do with my hands. Yeah. Yeah. No. That is so fair. Like, that is very, very, very fair. But yeah. Talk shows are usually good, but once again, you're required to have at least a topic to start off with, and you need to have at least a couple of topics of questions that you can ask with to just get the conversation started. Also, usually you need to do a time cap on them before people start getting uncomfortable. You also have to pick your guests very, very carefully. Then another sort of chatting stream would be if you are doing something like a review on something. It could be a movie review, it could be a book review, it could be a comic review, whatever. Just an in-depth discussion on a very specific topic. Like if you have something like that, that you kind of zone in on, and you're kind of dissecting it, that is also an interesting way of doing it, just chatting. There's a lot of ways to handle it. It all just depends on, okay, within the niche of, we're not playing a game, but we're just a conversation between me and my audience, what kind of conversation are we having? Because in that regard, technically your educational streamers also fall into that category, depending on how they handle it, which is also pretty interesting. Oh no, undo. Citrina, hello, welcome in. How you doing? I am cold, courtesy an aircon that's keeping my machine alive, but otherwise surviving. How go things in your citrusy part of existence? And actually, I'm doing well, a little colder. Yeah. Citri, do you remember a while ago the name of that game that Vil did a demo playthrough of with the little dragon on the shoulder that the dev came into chat with? I can't remember the name of that game, and it's annoying me because it came up in conversation not long before you arrived, and it's now bugging me that I can't remember the name of that game. I can't remember. Because that was like the only gameplay stream that I actually watched this year. I feel so bad. Literally everything else has been really, really difficult. Yes, I'll try to find it. I think it was Edenfall, but I'll check. Yes! Edenfall. Yes, yes, yes. I'm back again! Huzzah! I miss being cold. I'm from the Southern Hemisphere, so on Christmas was a line on my cartoons. Yes, the Southern Hemisphere buff. Of the hot and toasty summertime Christmas. The only white on that Christmas is the layers of sunblock. Things are picking up here. I see. I see. I hope that things go well at work. Nope, that's a different one. Fading Skies, yes. Edenfall is Project Dragon. Edenfall is Project Dragon. I really hope that someone picks up Project Dragon and buys it off of the guys, because man, that was such a pretty game. I really, really, really hope that someone buys it so that it can get picked up again, because it's so sad that Project Dragon got cancelled. It was so, so pretty. Sorry, I missed that one though. Yeah. Are they the Schrodinger in the background? Yeah, Schrodinger. The one with the weaponized voice box, yes. I'm actually, now that I look at the clock again, it's probably not going to be very long until I'm going to have to end stream, because food needs to happen, and I am probably going to be responsible for cooking. I am very likely going to be responsible for cooking. My wife is from the Philippines, so she's never seen snow nor temperatures anywhere near close enough. She saw snow for the first time 2 weeks ago. Oh my word. Loving the hair strands. Yay! It was similar when I lived in Florida. Yeah. Like, I have seen snow exactly 3 times in my life. Once was when my previous employment flew me to Toronto, and that was enough for me. I think I was more startled by the size of the vehicles than anything else. And I wasn't outside enough to actually see the snow. It was also the dirty melt snow phase as well, so eck. The other 2 times were in amazingly cold winters in my current place of residence, and one was actually it was August snow, I believe. Yeah. And that was while I was still in high school. And it was like barely sleet. Really. It was like the finest of dustings. And no, was that? I think that was actually it. It was only twice. It was the Toronto trip and that one time in the middle of the country. Yeah. I've seen snow twice, learned that snowballs should not be compacted the hard way. Yeah. Yeah. Do not compact the snow. Do not compact the snow. Into ice marble. Done. Okay, this comes up like that. Undo here. Like that, yes. Where I live, we get it every year, and I hate it. I would much rather be in a sunny climate. Yeah. The thing is, it all depends on what your lifestyle is like. And frankly, what your body's response to heat and cold is. Me, personally, when I get cold, I end up hibernating. Which is why I personally despise having to have an aircon on while I work, because it makes me want to fall asleep. It drives me insane. But it's what is necessary for keeping my machine alive, so I have not properly had summer. And I'm also in the southern hemisphere. And ish. Also referencing something said earlier, additional outfits and hairstyles may be in the cards if she ever organically ends up wanting to get more involved in my channel. Okay. I'm not pushing for it though, she's not a gamer anyway. Okay. We'll burn that bridge when we get to it. We'll burn that bridge when we get to it, honestly. Because if that starts to be the case, then who knows what happens. I've noticed my tolerance for heat has dropped. Yeah, like, so if you are someone who sweats a lot in uncomfortable places, being in a place that is really hot is going to drive you completely up the bend. It's going to completely drive you insane. Me? I hate sleeves. I have said this enough times. I really, 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 really hate sleeves. So for me, on top of getting cold, I hate having to dress for the cold. Because it's so intolerably inconvenient. But yeah, that's ish. Just another breed of madness altogether. I've got a couple of games you may want to try, but I haven't gotten around to it yet. The game's called Girls. Chris and Lark. Oh. I love cold. All of my nicest outfits are warm and I can't show them off on summer. That is a valid reason to enjoy wintertime. That is a totally valid reason to enjoy wintertime. All of my nice clothing is more summery as well. Now that I think about it. But yeah, weird. All I know is there is no such thing as bad weather, only the wrong wardrobe. That is all I can say, really, with any degree of actual competence. Okay. Now these ones we get rid of. That. I like the fall weather because I can style with the cold in mind but not have to deal with the winter weather. I'm not the best at dressing for summer though. I'm always like I could wear a dress. Yeah. Didn't forget that my skin sweats everywhere. Oh no, oh no, oh no. The art is coming along great, by the way. Yay, I'm so glad. I'm so glad you're liking how it's coming along so far. I have 11,000 hours as a viewer on Twitch this year. Wow. You have had multiple tabs open. Several times. That is for certain. Yes. Like today, in addition to you, I have 4 muted Twitch tabs currently open. Wow. Like, but that's here's one thing that I want to know, because last I heard, Twitch stopped counting active viewers when you're lurking. Like, that was the last I heard. It was several months ago, so I can't be 100% sure if that's changed again. But like, I heard that they stopped counting lurkers as active viewers. So you had to like drop an emote in chat frequently in order to be registered as a viewer. My mini typically has at least 2 Twitch tabs open 24/7. Wow. hectic. May I ask why? I am probably going to need to specify what you are asking why about. That is incorrect now. You count as a viewer when lurking. Okay, they changed it back. Thank goodness. That was a ridiculously impossible thing that they changed in that. It was so stupid. I'm glad that they have fixed that. There are some things where I'm so glad to be wrong. There are some things where I am so glad to be wrong. Fun. I don't know how they calculate it, but I have an extension to mute the tab and I get points in up to 2 streams. Wow. Ah. I was asking Dr. Hazik why you view streams that way. Now if your browser pauses the tab and inactivates the player, you don't get lost. I'm not entirely sure I understand that. Audio supports some of my favorite streamers. Yeah. Yeah, so, even though one can't always pay attention properly to a whole bunch of different people, or if they're doing something that isn't 100% grabbing your interest right that very second, but you still want to support them, then having the tab open on mute is a decent way of just propping them up a little bit while you can still focus on your own thing. It's not a foreign thing at all, really. Which I'm glad about, because as a cozy gamer, the majority of my streams people lurk in, so that would super suck for me. It would 100%. Like, I totally feel you there. Like, highly lurkable streamers, let's go. Oh man. We are such lurkable streamers in that regard. It's very easy to get demotivated if your lurkers are not counting towards your channel. I'm so glad that they've changed that back to something reasonable. There's another stream right now, but I'll look into it later. I never leave, I'm too loyal. Aw, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Look, no one ever likes hearing that someone is going to another stream. But if you've got like multiple people open and you're tabbing back and forth between things that you find interesting and you want to see what's happening in the conversation and just keep tabs on more or less what's happening on both sides of the coin, if you can manage that cognitively, then props to you. Just don't tell your streamer that you're going to watch someone else's stream, because that's so rude. Playing devil's advocate here, maybe it was an attempt to stem the effect of bots buying viewers. Yeah, I can believe that being the case for sure. But honestly, there's easier ways to identify bot accounts than lurking tabs. Somehow, despite my streams being loud noises, yelling, explosions, and nonsense, people view me as lurkable. Don't know how, but whatever floats your goat. Yes. One hopes that your goat is full of hot air enough that it would float. Bleatingly. Otherwise, one should hope that your goat is a boat. I'm often involved in other activities such as base modeling or 3D modeling while watching streams, so I lurk a lot. Yeah. That makes total sense. That makes total sense. There is plenty of hot air. Yes. When your goat is a rib. Aw. I just wanted to say I'm so glad you went with a ponytail. It looks so amazing. I'm so glad you like the ponytail. I'm so glad you like the ponytail. I'm really enjoying it as well. I'm really enjoying it as well. Sounds like some anime I have while doing 3D modeling. Yeah. No, I just can't pay attention to making stuff and watching other people doing stuff at the same time, because both are active processes for me. So I can listen to music while I'm making stuff, but making stuff while watching other people either make stuff or talk about things is very difficult for me for some reason, personally. And as you guys know, I'm pretty much always making something. There are very, very, very few times where I'm not making something, so it's like, when do you support your favorite people? That's what I do between midnight and 3 a.m. Try to anyway, when my brain is not a roller coaster. It's bad, it's bad, it's bad. But anyway, we do what we can. I have been pulled away from a game or modeling by a particularly interesting stream segment before. I can believe that. You know, I think the most live stream that I've ever actually watched in one go has to have been during the process of building that dragon in May. Because I was in the living room the entire time, basically stuck with cable ties and a box cutter, just assembling dragon for an entire month. My poor hand was dead. I think that might actually still be part of what's affecting my hand now, actually, now that I think about it, feeling where things are hurting. That was when I had the most opportunity to watch streams. And also, it was very limited cognitive capability to actually make sure that I put the cable ties in the right holes. While listening to those. The Dragon's Curse is eternal. Yes, it has bitten me rather thoroughly. Flippin' Nightmare Dragon. One thing I will say, though, is that I have recently taken to putting on a couple of Japanese Zatsudan streams before trying to fall asleep as well. Just to get a little bit more exposure to how the language is spoken naturally, as immersion means. Trying to find words that I am familiar enough with to start hearing them in practice. At the moment, I am more adept at finding out, okay, is the streamer speaking respectfully or not? That much I can identify pretty easily, but I'm still struggling to find the nouns, or find nouns that I recognize. So, as far as my language learning goes, that's been helpful, but it's been sparse. Also because I've got completely the wrong sort of headphones for listening while falling asleep. They're chunky, so it's like really uncomfortable to try and sleep with them on. And you can't really fall asleep with stuff blaring for the house to hear. Ridiculous hours of the morning. I mean, you could, but one oughtn't. Not if one wants to wake up breathing the next morning. Anyway. I can recognize just a bit of what's being talked about or a small phrase, but exposure to the language is always a great way to learn. Yeah, like I am a big believer in the exposure methodology of language acquisition, because yes, you are going to need to study vocabulary lists at some point, but if you're ever going to get things in context and in practice, you are going to need to actually hear it. And some things are not going to stick while studying, and the only time you're going to actually have it stick is when it is applied frequently. So, in that regard, getting exposure content that is going to be relevant to what you're trying to learn and what you are trying to be able to say as soon as possible is pretty useful. So while I've been listening to game chat streams mostly, or gamer chat streams lately, is because I'm most likely to be dealing with other VTubers in the near to immediate future. And the vocabulary that would come up in those sorts of conversations seems like it would be the thing that one should have, or I should at least have, first, more so than what cars people have. Like, that is that is not a topic that I anticipate being the first thing that I would speak about in the other languages. Like, where can I go to get my car repaired? Firstly, I don't own a car, and secondly, I'm not going to be speaking about where I'm going to get one repaired. Just a stupid example, but still. Things that would be relevant if you are living in a place may not always be relevant to online conversations. Stuff that's relevant to art will be a relevant topic for me, probably. Highly probably. I just need to find the right people. Slowly but certainly. I'll figure it out. Hair. Yes. It's coming along nicely. It's one side sorted. Am I happy with that though? Not quite. This is a little bit rigid over here. I'm sure you'll find the right people. There are so many out there. Yeah. I just need to actively spend some more time hunting them. Like, I found a handful that I've currently got. I fished out a couple of Zatsus and threw those into a playlist for myself. But I need to actively go and hunt for a couple more people. I know where I need to look, I just need to actually spend the time and do so. Language learning is a thing that I've been wanting to do for a really, really long time. But I've been bad at the discipline. I've been really bad at the discipline. And as a result, it's just not worked out very well. It also doesn't help that I started studying language several years out of school, which means that all habits of studying went out the window really, really, really quickly. The very, 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 very loosely established studying habits flew out the window very quickly. I was never a particularly good studier. I always want to see things in application rather than memorize lists. Memorization is like pulling teeth without anesthetic. It is. No. It is not my favorite thing. Which is legitimately the majority of language learning is memorization, which is why I've been struggling so much. Like, the starting point of language learning is memorization, and I've been struggling with that. There are certain subjects that I actually do enjoy until they suddenly hit a wall and become convoluted and impractical. Yeah. I found that math is like that. Yeah. Your line weight is so good. Thank you, Nilan. Welcome in. Welcome in. How are you doing? Eek. Been working on my own comms today? Hey, well done. Holding myself back from nerding too hard in the chat. Okay. Nerd away. You have permission, nerd away. If it gets too much, I'll change the subject. Alright, you asked for it? Hey! I legit did ask for it, so let's go. Woo! And there's the weapon's great voice again. Okay. I watched a video yesterday about trying to find the answer to a seemingly simple math problem, which involved the square roots of negative numbers. I tried to solve it and then found it to be dumb. To everyone in chat, how was it when you started to make commissions? Have you deal with I'm not good enough to make commissions? Yes. That is a very, very familiar thing. I struggled with that for a good 7 odd years on the internet. I struggled with that. It wasn't until about 8 years ago that I felt good enough to try and take commissions. And it wasn't until 3 years ago that I actually got people to start buying any. So there is a little bit of a self-confidence thing, but it also depends on your network. If you've got people who like what you do stylistically, even if you don't necessarily feel comfortable that you're good enough, quote unquote, then make it and someone will buy. That's just how it is. Yeah, I just went for it anyway because people showed interest and we needed money. Yeah, that's how it goes. That's how it goes. If people like what you offer stylistically, make it and they will buy. Make it available. And yell at the rooftops. And someone will buy. Okay, let's see what size is. Square root of a number is a number that can... Layers of absolute paradoxical nonsense. That is my understanding of math in a nutshell. It's layers of paradoxical nonsense and black magic. I've had people try to explain maths to me before, and let's put it this way. I couldn't remember the number before the number. They were just speaking aloud to be able to keep track of what was going on. Go in front of your house and start yelling over commissions or something. Yeah, no. It's really difficult getting your first clients. It involves a lot of luck getting your first clients, honestly. Yeah. But after that, the network starts to roll out. And all you can do is on your social media pages just scream, 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 scream. I exist, buy my stuff. Speaking of, if you like what I do and are feeling generous and in need of something, you are seeing in the top left corner of my screen, as it has been this entire time, my link for commissions. Even if you are not in a position to get anything yourself, if you know someone who is looking for something that I have to offer, please consider showing them in that general direction, and it will go greatly appreciated. Noted, I'll try to gather some following first. Thanks for everyone, it's fine. Yeah. Audience is going to be your major roadblock to getting your commissions sold. If you've only got like 5 people seeing your work, you're going to have a really tough time selling anything. Because the statistics go that if you have 100 active followers, maybe 1 person will buy. And that's a big maybe. Doubly so, the more expensive your work is. And it's tough. It's really, really tough. And naturally, with technology and the tech bros doing their deplorable thing, it's only gotten harder. Because we were already an underappreciated species, and then they pulled that one on us. I am smiling because I am raging. I am raging very, very quietly. Those crazy tech bros need to not. They very much need to not. I have never felt quite so paradoxically inclined for the advent of the EMP apocalypse as their existence. Because as much as my livelihood depends on being able to use technology, they need to not. And that is all I'm gonna say about that. Ooh. That is the smell of supper. I'm not in charge of it. Ooh. You know, I'm there with you, Ria. I am glad that we are on the same page there. Okay, let me just hide that. Show all of these again. Okay. That's the eyes lines. Let me just rename this one to eyes lines. Okay, move you to the top. Okay, you are the hair back. You get emptied on this side. You pretty, yay! So she's coming together, she's coming together. Save button. Now, this is the back, which can merge with that, and we can apply that mask. Then gonna hide that, and on this mask we are going to clear this information. I'm going to attempt art, methinks. You have inspired me, friendo. Yay! Draw the things, draw the things, draw the things! That's so cool! Yay! I'm looking forward to seeing what you make. Hype, 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 hype. Yee! That's so cool. I'm looking forward to seeing what you come up with. Me too, I'll be drawing while listening. Yay! You'll probably be the first and only person to see it for a while. Hey, the fact that you pick up the pencil in the first place is the coolest thing, because so many people do not even start to try. It's gonna be slow, but it is gonna be so worth it, because all of a sudden you can put down your ideas. Even if it is technical stuff that you do. You gotta start somewhere. Like, even if you are not necessarily wanting to draw for artistic purposes, but for practical assembly planning purposes, for those of us who are more mechanically minded, just being able to figure out, okay, roughly more or less what's the plan on this thing that I'm going to need to make. being able to draft that is going to be so worthwhile. Even if you're an autistic person and you suddenly get asked if you can help conceptualize a thing like that, it is going to be so helpful. So, hold on to that spark of inspiration. Hold on to it for like 4 or 5 more hours. Yes. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. When in doubt, just think of our Sonic Blaster pipe. The dog with the Sonic Blaster. Just hold on to that picture and vibe with it. I've had some pictures that I've had to hold onto in my brain for like 5 days because I was just not able to draw for that time. It was the most frustrating thing. No, I lie. Was it 5 days? Or was it the madness in May? It was the madness in May where I wasn't able to draw a Mr. Madden thing in May. It was insane. I hated it. I hated it so much. I got ideas and I couldn't draw them because firstly my hand hurt too much and secondly I didn't have the time because I was on a deadline for this dragon. Oh, it was mad. It was a mad time. It was a great experience, but I'm glad that it's over. Oh. Going to grab my wrist brace? Oof. I really hope that I'm not going to need to invest in one. So it's not going to be fun. Okay. So. Let's just see. That reflects our lines, our inks. Okay, let's do this. Put in a folder and call this one inks. That way I don't have to worry about my masks. Okay. So now hide that. Let's go to our eyes lines and focus here for a second. My sports med provider suggested it because of the crazy amount of typing and gaming I do with my right wrist. Yeah. Yeah, I'm strongly starting to consider operating my mouse left-handed because my right hand does literally everything. So I'm starting to think if I maybe migrate at least mouse operation to my left hand, it'll save me some pain. Because my grip strength in my right hand is like twice my left. It's bad. I'm ambidextrous on my mouse, but other words, I'm bad at everything. Being ambidextrous has so many uses. I started trying to write lefty earlier in the year, courtesy the dragon in May, making my right hand completely unusable. But as I mentioned earlier, discipline isn't exactly my strong suit. I kind of fell off that bus, and I'm hating it. Because once again, the necessity of dexterity is showing itself, and I'm annoyed because I can't do the things that I want to do with my other hand. I'm pretty much exclusively mouse and right hand. But pen or pencil in left. Ah, yeah. All I can say is that anyone who's doing family planning, teach your kids how to use both hands equally from the get-go, because we're not in an era where technology is going to be going away. So make sure that they can use both hands for all of their jobs, for all of their activities, because if they don't, there's going to just be all of the injuries, all of the repetitive stress injuries, and it's not worth it. Teach them while they are young, and they are not going to have the same pain. I don't know if there is anyone in chat who's doing family planning at the moment, but keep that in mind for one day. When modeling, trackball on right hand, 3D mouse on left hand. I know my brother uses a trackball. I've yet to actually investigate what a 3D mouse actually looks like. Right hand on my mouse, left hand patting my cat. That is the right answer to all things. Is just pet the cat. Pet the cat. The cat is king. If the cat is happy, then the universe is in balance. Okay. So here, now what we're going to do is we're going to soften this. Sometimes I think using an ergonomic trackball has helped a lot, especially when having it on my chair's armrest. Ah. Yeah, let's not even open the chairs conversation, because that's bad. I can't art, at least not digitally. I don't have a cord to connect to the display tablet. No! Ooh. That's sad. Most gaming with trackballs sitting on an armrest mousepad with a wrist support allows me to sit back and have my whole arm in a more natural position rather than leaning forward. Yeah, I can totally believe that. I've changed the ergonomics of my desk no less than 5 times in the last 6 months just to try and keep things moving around, because I keep getting new niggles in different places because it's never right. That's why I'm slightly looking forward to one day being, or hope let's not call it one day. I'm looking forward to being able to afford the replacement graphics tablet that I'm currently saving up for, because part of the funds that are in my goal does account for the proper stand for it, which means that I'll finally be able to not have my tablet sitting flat on my desk, basically taking up footprint on the desk, which means that all of a sudden I'll actually be able to move my keyboard from the severely butchered kitchen basket that is suspended underneath my desk into a proper position, and I'm looking forward to that. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, thank you. Ah, food got delivered. Yay! We've got pasta. Chickeny pasta. Lovely, 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 lovely. Oh, this is going to be nice. I have 2 keyboards. Like, I sometimes wonder about a split keyboard, but no, I'm not going to invest in anything like that in a hurry. I'm not going to invest in anything like that in a hurry. Oh, thank you so much for this food. Ah! Let's see. That is good. That is good. A mini Bluetooth keyboard, which I move around my desk as it's needed. Ooh, nice. And a full-size keyboard, which is sitting on an arm attached to my chair. You sound like you've got a really fancy chair. Wow. Like, this is sounding like an incredibly fancy chair. My friends want me to get an MMO mouse, and I'm just barely learned how to use my regular gaming mouse. That's way too many buttons for me. Oh wow. I've added third-party attachments to my chair. Ah. Fun. Fun, fun. You see, I am on a budget office chair that was purchased a decade ago. And the pneumatics pillar in it has died. So at least it's upright, and at least it's more or less at the correct height. I will take it. I've discovered that gaming chairs are just office chairs with a fancy style. Yeah, like I'd actually not mind acquiring a kneeling chair. And a kneeling chair sounds like it would be a good fit for me. Or one of those multiple posture chairs that lets you sit either kneeling or cross-legged. That seems like the sort of thing that would fit me really well, because I alternate between sitting quote-unquote civilized or sitting on my legs like Japanese style, or sitting cross-legged on my chair. I alternate between those in an attempt to stay comfortable. So I think I should actually get a multiple posture chair, but oof, expensive. Anyway, I have a gaming chair just because I prefer cross-legged. Yeah. Like, The kneeling chair sounds like a good idea for me because it will force me to actually straighten the hip flexors a bit, because at the moment that's my major issue, is that my legs stay in a curled forward position for way too long, and it's really bad for my circulation. So that needs to be worked on. I actually also need to spend more time on a treadmill, but that's another kettle of fish altogether. Eesh. Anyway, let me just have another bite of grub. So tonight's supper is a chicken pasta with some boiled egg, some red onion, some peas, and a generous helping of salt and pepper, which is absolutely delectable. One day I'd like to design a true gaming chair with built-in accessories for gamers and their hardware. That's going to be an expensive piece of hardware, but it would be really cool. That sounds so yummy. It is gorgeous. I do not know if the sort of if my microphone is actually picking up the sound of the eating, but if you guys do not want to hear it, I shall mute out for a bit while I plow through this plate. Because I do not want it to get cold. If, however, I am actually eating quietly enough for it to not bother, let me know. You're fine, but we can hear when you touch the plate. Doesn't bother? Okay. Then I'm doing okay. I'm just very grateful for this plate of food. It is really tasty. Could be worse. It could be a mukbang ASMR, which I am not going to do in a hurry. Burn apple tea or something. Apparently, the whole Bon Appetit thing is actually not widely said, apparently. I can't remember where I heard it, but it was a while ago that I heard that it was actually not a widely used phrase. At least not in France. I might get some lunch before I tear my room apart because I have the desire to use my art tablet. Go! Have some noms and then do the arts. Hee. Fun times. You will find the cable, Citri. We believe in you. Go. Okay. Mm. Let me just finish the eye. Because now it's bugging me. Put it down. I'm not happy with that gaze. I'm not happy with that gaze. What are you doing with the eyes? I had the inked roughly, just for the preview purposes that I sent to the client. But this is now getting ready for the actual coloring phase. I have a different methodology that I'm going to be using for the eyes, so I just want to give just the edge of the iris at this point, but then save the actual interior detail for when I work with the colors. I can just get the gaze to look in a direction that I am happy with. Why didn't I do that 5 minutes ago? Okay. Save button. Pasta. It looks gorgeous already. I'm glad. I'm glad, I'm glad, I'm glad. Okay, now we go copy and paste. And next color I'm gonna grab is the blue of the skirt and the shoes and we're going to go copy, paste. Then we're going to go our belt color, copy, paste. Copy, paste. Of course it would. Copy, paste. And copy, paste. There we go. So that I'm going to take away. This I'm going to fill temporarily with this color because it is now not accurate anymore. So first thing first, we're going to unlock it. We're going to clear it. We're going to select everything on the outside. That includes that. And that. Are there any other gaps? Alright, that's that. Expand by 1. Invert. Let's fold like that. Okay, now that should clip onto there. If we show that, we should have something that's slightly creepy, but at least accurate enough to give us an idea of where stuff should be so that we can color it proper. So, I will add the eye colors after, but let me just do this for the sake of not having all of the creepy. Let's make this. Let's make this sort of a ruddy color. Nope, that's worse, that's worse, that's worse. Okay, whatever I do, it's gonna be creepy. Okay. Solution. Come here. Grab our lasso. Unlock. There we go. That's less creepy. Okay, here. And here. So. Save. So the skin now covers everything that it needs to cover. Okay, more pasta. Because I had only had half of the plate. Before the one inked eye started staring at me and decided, you're not done with me yet. Every day at this time, she barks at something, without fail, every single day. We don't know what. There's not a neighbor that comes home at this time, or what have you, but this time of day, every single day, she barks at nothing. It's mad. Okay, pasta is gone. Pasta is gone, now I can focus again. Wholeheartedly. Okay. hydrate, and then we continue. Quick hydrate, and then we continue. So, everyone, grab your nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. We are 5 minutes away from being on the 5-hour mark. So far, so good this day. Water bottle time? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. A whole marathon? Like, if I haven't got things from the outside world interfering with my ability to stream, then this is actually a pretty normal casual day. My longest stream to date has been, I think, pretty close to 10 hours, actually. But considering that this is my day job, that is a normal day's work, so yeah. If one were having an office job, it would be the same duration, so yeah, it's the job. It's the job. It may look different, but it's still the job. Not that I'm complaining in any way. It's only recently that I've been able to actually rationally say that to myself, that I'm not actually wasting my time. I've gotten more commissions since I started streaming than when I was doing this without streaming. Can't judge, I've had game sessions going past 24 hours. That is fair, that is fair. I am just gonna be putting together a list of appropriate rewards and such, but I want to, or not want to, I need to, in a relatively near future, do a donathon, which is probably gonna run over on Twitch, because raids are easier there. For that replacement graphics tablet. I just need to figure out a list of rewards and incentives that aren't going to cost me more money. So that I can run this uncapped donathon to be able to afford tools of the trade again. And that is going to be a marathon. How it's actually going to work, I have no idea. And considering that I'm not yet an affiliate, I can't say that it will be the easiest to administrate until such time as I do get that. If you need help with that, let me know. I'm letting you know. I'm totally going to need help with that because I've never done one before and I have no idea what I'm doing. All of the donathons I've seen marketing material for have all been for looser goals like tech upgrades and model upgrades and things like that, but for a charity. But with none of those being the case in this instance, I am kind of in over my head a little bit. It's something I know I need to do, but I haven't got the foggiest idea where to start. I've done a few, and I can help with graphic. You need to... Please, 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 graphic design is not my passion. Graphic design is literally the thing that I am most terrified of. It is the only thing I've got in my tertiary education, but I can't stand it. I have a certificate in it. No. It's just not. It is not my thing. Please, I will, with all of the gratitude, take you up on that, and we will talk privately, because it is too big a thing for me to ask of you as just a favor. So we will negotiate. I studied graphic design once, but I did not finish the course. I'm not a graphic designer by any means, but I know my way around Photoshop. Look, I can press the buttons. Don't ask me to figure out what I want the picture to look like. And font selection. Ugh. It is just no. I cannot for the life of me figure out what I want a marketing graphic to look like. If someone else gives me direction, says, I want this thing in this font, go. Sure, I can press the buttons. Conceptualizing? No. Not me. And that's one of the reasons why I've struggled to market myself so far, is because I do not do graphic design. Fonts are my favorite. I'm so glad. The world needs all sorts. The world needs all sorts, honestly. Thank you for being a font person. I am not a font person. I will make sure that things are aligned nicely, but that's about where it ends. I usually just run down the list of fonts, looking for what sticks to me. Yeah, I do something similar, and the main thing I say is no Helvetica ever. It just looks so gross for body text for me personally. I have had to work with Helvetica for like 9 years. No. I am not a fan of that one. But if I can't read it, it's off the list. If I type my sample text in the search box and I can't read it, it's immediately a nope. I don't think I've ever had to use that one. Yeah, it was a corporate font for the company I was working for before all of this. It was a corporate font for that, and because my job was two-pronged. I had my actual job per my job description, and then for my branch I was also the in-house graphic designer, because I was the only person who knew how to work an art program. So I made 9-10 years of graphics for this company in my clip studio. It was wild. It cured me of that industry. It was what taught me that I was not a marketer. But yeah. So needless to say, that's one of the reasons why I've struggled with setting myself really out there is I am not a quote-unquote marketing person. I ain't got that bug bitten me. That's absolutely wild. Yeah. Marketing is not really my thing. It sucks. You have to be a very specific temperament to do marketing. And the weird thing is that the majority of companies that I have encountered want the marketing person and the graphic design person and the social media person to all be the same person. So, oof, it's not fun. And oftentimes that also ends up on the table of the HR person, and that's a scary mix. When marketing and HR is the same person, ooh-wee, that gets wild. Anyway, business, huzzah. Yeah, and these are also the companies that never have a PR person, because HR and PR should not be the same person. HR and PR should not be the same person. And so many companies just don't have a PR person. It's bad. I want to pay one salary for 4 jobs? Yeah. Yep. Welcome to capitalism. Okay. Unlock. And those are at least 3 different mindsets and ways of thinking. Exactly. They are such vastly different character types, and mentalities and paradigms of existence, really. Trying to get them all in the same package is ish. My difficulty, for example, when I say writing marketing is summed up by another person describing my writing. I write like an engineer. Yeah, like to be doing technical writing and to be doing marketing copy are 2 very, 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 very different things. Very, very, very different things. Which is very different also from editorial writing. Be right back, tearing my room apart. It might just take me a while to set it up and take it down. You see, now here's the question. I take it down at the end. That is my question. Why take it down at the end? If it is obviously possible to leave it up, that's always the best. Because having to set things up and put things away, and set things up and put things away, and set things up and put things away, that's the number one way to kill a hobby, is having it not be readily available. Then I won't have any second monitor. That's fair. And then you get people who do like me, and who, if I once had the opportunity to have a 3-monitor setup, and then one of them died. But my monitors were set up, if you'll excuse the horrid colours. I had my laptop monitor, this weird, no, it was laptop, graphics tablet, non-display, a TV, and another little thing like that. That was one setup I had. My current setup consists of my drawing tablet and a TV. And my mouse goes up and down. If you have a multiple monitor system with a graphics tablet, sometimes that might even be necessary. If one wants a permanent setup, or has the logistics for a permanent setup. It all depends on if your monitoring is on a desktop box or if it's on a laptop. That's the major issue that one struggles with when it comes to monitoring and so on. Oh yes, I had my emotes open. Whoopsie. Okay. So we've now got that half done. Let's continue. Lasso. My monitor setup for my main PC is 2 identical side monitors in vertical orientation on either side of a 23-inch TV. That sounds very reasonable, actually. In vertical, the side monitors are as tall as the TV. That sounds good. That sounds actually quite helpful. Like, I love that I have 2 monitors, a TV above the left monitor, and then my graphics tablet, but I need another HDMI to display port, so I might have to set it up permanently one day. I'll have to get a bit of desk set up, but right now it's so tiny. Oh yeah, that is a valid reason. That is a valid reason to have to struggle a little bit. Yeah, having enough ports and adapters is an issue, sadly, when it comes to your displays. And disk space. There have been times when I have very, very, very much wanted to just say, scrap all of the screens, just mount a projector on the roof and throw it straight on the wall. I've had that in the past, but then I moved to a place where there is no wall for me to project onto that hasn't got a cupboard on it. If it's not a cupboard, it's a window. Or a door. I know a streamer who's used a projector due to limited space and a lack of hardware. Look, using a projector is actually great because it means that you don't have to deal with the potential of a broken screen that is hopelessly overpriced. Because nowadays computer screens are ridiculously overpriced. But that being the case, everyone's circumstances are different, everyone's logistics are different. The fact that a TV works is great, and the fact that TVs are actually generally cheaper than computer monitors is great. The main thing that one looks for is color accuracy. That's the main thing one needs to look for, especially if you're doing anything visual. Video editing, image editing. You want color accuracy. In gaming, they also look at refresh rate and responsiveness, which TVs are typically lacking. Which makes sense because TVs are designed to be dumber. They're not designed to necessarily be heavy haul machinery. Why didn't I just do that from the start? Ugh. Sometimes when one has the dumb hard. Okay. Do not need 120 FPS refresh rate for watching movies and TV shows and the like, yeah. Especially when a whole bunch of broadcasters are still not even using 720p. Like, I've seen channels in as recently as this last year, actually, where the broadcast quality was actually the same as VHS quality. It was disturbing, especially when you see that on a big screen. I think there's this one broadcaster I know that I think might actually still be using PAL. And I don't think anyone in the last 2 decades has even heard of PAL. It's kind of insane. I wonder how many people outside of the industry even know who a PAL was or NTSC. The answer is no. Like, hardly any. Hardly any. What's your favorite stage of drawing? Probably the sketch, actually. Sketch is probably still my favorite part of the drawing. For now. Like, I'm starting to like lining again, now that I've decided that I'm not doing inks on a separate layer from the sketch all the time. Like, it's starting to grow on me. Because I used to be an absolute perfectionist when it came to my inks, and I ended up hating half of what I did because it always looked way too stiff. So, one experiments and one finds out what works. I had to make a major adjustment when I inherited the gaming scene. When I entered the gaming scene, when it comes to the frame rate. Yeah. Yeah, no. I gotta say, the frame rate and hardware requirements of modern gaming are one of the reasons why I am hesitant to get into it. Is because I know that to have a machine that is up to date enough to be able to keep up with the minimum requirements is a little bit insane. Animal, hello, welcome. I'm alive, yes. Welcome in. How goes the stream? It goes well. It goes very well. How are you doing, Animal? It's lovely to see you there. I studied video broadcasting in high school, where standard frame rate was for videos 30 FPS. Ah yes, US frame rate is 30 FPS, for everywhere else it's 24. My PC is Frankenstein that I refuse to let go of at this point. It shall serve for at least 5 more years. Asterisk per hardware compatibility with the latest versions of Windows. And then I enter a world where people are talking about frame rates of 60 and 120, more like it's normal. Yeah. Yeah. PC upgrades are the bane of my existence. Yes. They are ridiculous and they are expensive, and oh my word. And now with Windows doing its thing as well next year, that's going to mean that Windows 10 is going to be lost forever. It's going to be expensive because I can't upgrade to Windows 11, even if I wanted to, because my hardware is too old. How's everyone? Yeah, we are surviving, we're doing well, we are making good progress with the last commission in my queue. For now, actually doing pretty well with this lot. Whew! We're making good progress. I will miss Windows 10, it served me well. Yeah. Like, there have been some really dumb moves in terms of how Windows has started handling itself, in my personal opinion. I don't want my computer to think for me, and I do not live in a place where I've got enough of a GDP to be able to afford having a technician come every time I can't find my folder. So I would very much appreciate it if they made an operating system that would be, you know, you could actually find a setting in a menu without needing to be a Windows qualified specialist. Alas. But anyway, that's a rabbit hole of despair that let's rather not fall down. Right this very moment. But yes, Animal, we are doing pretty well. We're doing pretty well. Learning some of the changes in 11 took a bit of exploration. Yeah, especially since they tried to make things... They try to make things idiot-proof, but at the same time they make you feel like an idiot because things that you know exist or should exist are impossible to find. And that's sad. Thank you so much for the follow. Greatly appreciated. I'm going to need to move that alert because you could not see anything there. Noted. Let me write that down. Let me write that down because I could not see that in alert to be able to read who it was that followed. But I appreciate the follow. Eek. Let me write that down. Let me write that down. Okay. And fixes written down for when I have that opportunity. Okay. The start menu search is iffy. Ugh. I love how when you're reading chat, it looks like you're looking up at the chat box above you. Yeah, it's helpful, especially considering that the chat is on the big monitor, which is my top screen. So I am actually looking up at chat. So it's very appropriate. It's very appropriate. One day I want to be able to get myself a little tripod that is going to be able to not be between my desk and the wall behind it, so that my phone is not on this very haphazardly assembled issue, because my tripod that I have is a full-length tripod that belongs to a ring light. Actually, I just had to make a adapter for it with my 3D pen to get my phone stand to fit that thing. And so it feels like my phone is way too far away from me for accurate tracking. So it's like I look at the preview display on my phone for my facial tracking, and it's like, yeah, my face is taking up like a ninth of the preview plane. It's like, that is going to be losing information ridiculously. So one day I want to be able to get a tripod that is desk mountable so that I can actually have my phone slightly closer to me for this job. But yeah, things are going to change a little bit as eventual hardware upgrades become necessary. I'm just not looking forward to the fact that we're all going to be forced to upgrade to 11 in October. I'm not looking forward to that. Or from October, because hardware is just not the vibe. A problem I half look forward to solving one day. Hehe. Yeah, let's put it this way. I have had several battles with where to put the camera. I've had several battles with where to put the camera for the facial tracking. With every iteration of the desk setup that I've tried, and I've tried a couple. And even the one I've currently got, which is the best one I've had in a while, it still has its issues. It still has its issues. Oh, I just remembered that I still got to do the setup for tomorrow's quell. I've still got to do the setup for tomorrow's quell. I need to test. Ooh, okay. I know what I'm doing later. Sleep is not gonna come easy to me. Because I've got to test that the phrase tracking does not break quell, and I've also got to test that. I've also got to test that. Not test, I need to make sure that I've got my shard fall updated. I've got to test that I've got my shard fall updated, because otherwise tomorrow's gaming stream on Twitch is going to be a disaster. An absolute disaster. And that will not do. That will not do. Okie day. Save button, earrings. Okay. So now we've got those. This I can now fill in black, so that if there's any gaps, which there oughtn't be, it's going to look like part of the line art and no one is going to notice. So I've got my colors clipped to a black silhouette layer. Right, now I can take all of those and lock their opacity. Ta-da! Now here what we're going to do is we're going to add a multiply layer on top of that. And we're going to grab a red, like so. Add a little bit of life to this equation. And come over here again. Grab that. Is that and that the same color? I think it is. Yes, it is. Okay. Okay, there we go. Save. Okay, now over here. That's the brush I'm looking for. Nope, 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 nope. I really need to stop doing that. That is the one I'm looking for. Okay, that works. Then over here. All right, there we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. No. Yeah. Good, good. And here I've got an issue still, so I've got to quickly grab that. Get rid of that little exercise over there. Return. Okay. Next. There's no beating around the bush on that one. Okay. Okay, save button again. And coffee, 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 coffee. And just like that, we're already almost at 6 hours. What? Okay. Oh, hello. When did the orange cat arrive here? When did the orange cat arrive here? Oh, hi, Tiny. Precious. Note to self, the catnip was a good idea. Okay. Now here, to just deepen some of those, not all of them, but some of them. Just realized now that the model is fully operational, we get to see that focus space in full effect. Very serious. Yeah, the focus space is like... It's very, 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 very zoned in. I frown a bit, don't I? I frown quite a bit when I'm in the zone. One of the reasons I want a 3D model? Yeah. I'm very much looking forward to seeing your 3D when it's finished. Do you have any idea how far along the process it is? Or are you still hunting a person? What is this? Half of the scales are done? Over half. Oh well. Yeah. It is a less than forgiving set of UV paints and normal maps and bump maps. I am so sorry, 3D modeler. Yeah. Base model is done, base rigging is done. Yeah. It's a lot of bump maps and UV painting. Well, that's the trade-off when it comes to 3D modeling, is that you can either have a bunch of bump maps and UV painting that you have to deal with, or you can try to prevent clipping between 5 layers of chiffon. So that's the trade-off. Because trying to get 5 layers of dress to not clip through each other is another kettle of fish altogether. On the bright side, I've elected to go with dynamic lighting instead of baked lighting, so they don't have to worry too much about that. Oh, that's helpful. That's helpful. Also, thank you so much for the follow. Greatly appreciated. Greatly appreciated. I need to move the box, the notification box on my tool so that I can actually see the notifications come in, because they're in the wrong place. I couldn't catch your name there, but thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it a lot. Alright, let me see if I can actually do that while I'm still alive. Hold up. It is got me logged in. That's a good start. Okay, let's go. Edit. Will it let me move the box? Move the box right there. Up just a smidge. Save. Should now be in a more legible place 90% of the time. Save. Close. Just checking that nothing ridiculous has happened while I was not looking. Okay, this person is... You're banned. I'm not blackwashing. This is actual... Not even... That... This is just... No. This is... You have no idea what you're talking about, sir. Yes, you may. Let me just go add as moderator. Please. Thank you, Citrina. Thank you. Citrina, you are officially first mod here. Okay, so... Yipes. Okay, so that was a first. That was a first. Like, did not even ask questions, just went straight into the hate. What was the point of that? Yeesh. Moving along swiftly, for the sake of all of our sanity. Yeesh. Does not even ask a question, just goes straight into trolling. Citrina has been a mod for a couple of people before, and I trust Citri with modding. She's a great mod. Thank you. Thank you. Because I don't necessarily always have the confidence to ask people to mod for me, so that you asked out of your own, I am so thankful that you are willing to assist with that, because it's not fun. This is the part where we throw our heads back and laugh as they get ejected out the ceiling. Well, if I had my 3D as well, and if I had my Fort Misthaven set up, this is where we take them, load them into a trebuchet, and yeet them into the mists. But yeah. Later. We will save that for later. Because that was so unnecessary. Like, Brad doesn't even ask questions about who the character is or what they're from or anything, just goes straight for the hate. Not necessary here. Flip. Oh, man. Okay. Okay. So... the next layer we're gonna work on is gonna be... I'll save the lips for later. Let's work on the green. Let's work on the jersey. Let's work on the jersey. Okay. A friend of mine had a bar in World of Darkness that had like 3 rules. Break one of the critical rules and the bar would eject you strongly and straight up. Sure. It would be up to the violator to figure out how they were going to land safely. Oh, lovely. Oh. Well, you know what? That was a canon event. Everyone else have their first hate message sometime, right? Essentially 12 years of streaming, and that was my first time getting someone coming in to troll. That's insane. Just shows you how pathetic my audiences were before, but hey. Or my viewership before. My audiences were good because they didn't do stupid stuff like that, but my viewership was just bad. I'm glad that was your first in 12 years. Yeah, I can think of worse ways that it could have gone, but I'm also especially glad that everyone here was just surprisingly calm, all things considered. And it was only one person. That's also helpful. It wasn't like 50 of them, all coming in at a go. I'll laugh long and hard about that one. I'm going to need to go back to the VOD to see what was happening, because the fact that the person subscribed to the channel specifically to be able to make that post was just tragic. Like, come on. More importantly, this looks great. Cool. Yay! Because I was focused on just updating the thing to be able to see, updating where the stream elements window pops up when he came in to do that stupid. So I didn't even catch what he even said in the beginning. It's pathetic that some people have that much time on their hands to be so unnecessarily small. I missed it entirely, would not have known if nothing had been said. Yeah, I came in too late as well to actually get full grasp of it, but Citrina, thank you for stepping up and helping resolve that as quickly as it was resolved, because I was still hunting for a button. I have a mod eye, unfortunately. Yeah, Citrina, I cannot think of anyone I would rather have as a first mod right this very second. Thank you. You are keeping those privileges whether you like it or not. Fastest ban in the West. It's fine with me, okay. And if all goes well, you will not need to use those privileges often. If all goes well. Just wait until I start drawing the furries and then watch them suffer. It's gonna be funny. Ooh. I'm also out working on a smeltery and satisfactory as well. I have been seeing you busy in this satisfactory thing. It's one of those construction type games, right? Where you build a factory. It's all I've been able to gather about it. Yes, and posted some of us screenshots of my build on Blue Sky. Ah, yes, yes, yes. That's where I learned of its existence, is through your Blue Sky posts. Doot. Okay. So, the jersey is almost there. I love how soft the shading is, very cute, yay! I'm glad you're liking it. I'm trying to get this jersey to look nice and fluffy and soft and kinda cozy. Which means now here I'm going to bring that down way down. There we go. Get a little bit of mass on mass cabling. Done. Some people don't think before they speak, especially in this case, considering my wife, who this is a Filipina, and the skin and tone is actually quite accurate to our IRL. In short, we are doing an excellent job. Yeah, some people just don't bother to even ask a question, and it's kind of really, really, really stupid. Like, there is no indication anywhere on the screen of who I was even attempting to draw, so what was that accusation even about? Only pointless, unnecessary nonsense. And I do not like that line. Yes, sir. Welcome in. How are you doing this day? No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. What I am going to do, though, is I'm going to also deepen a couple of these. And clip that down. There we go. One of my besties is a Filipino and can't stand it when people are like that. Yeah. Yeah, no. I mean... Interestingly enough, I've actually encountered a ridiculous number of people from the Philippines since I started VTubing, like, and all of them have been really, really lovely people. There is really no reason to be stupid about stupid stuff, honestly. The character we're drawing is Filipina, yes. Sam's wife. That is right hand. I'm also a Filipino. Hey! The Southern Hemisphere collection grows. Pogger moment? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man. At the rate things are going, Tagalog is getting added to my list of languages that I wish I could learn. Except most of the Filipinos who I know have not actually do not actually speak any. Oh, but that's hilarious. But just an aside. That yeah, it's getting dangerously close to being added to the list of the ridiculously long list of languages that I would like to learn. It's still below Welsh though, sadly. Welsh I want to learn just because it's really old. She already liked the draft and asked if she can use it somehow. Aww. I just have to make sure she doesn't use it on any accounts that contain any identifying info. Yeah, that would be important. That would be important. I want to learn Russian, but I'm too lazy to do it. Russian is also one of the languages on my list, actually. I'd like to learn Japanese. Japanese I'm currently busy learning. It's slow and arduous, but I'm busy with it, yeah. You speak Speedia though. Ah, Bidaya. Bidaya? Have I got that pronunciation right? I don't know. Now, there's languages is just such a cool thing. If I could, I would want to be able to just plug in and learn a language like one of the cartridges from the Matrix, honestly. You know, some languages you just want to learn because they sound pretty. Some languages you just want to learn because they sound pretty. Russian is, for me, one of those languages. It sounds really nice on the ear. Spanish? Ooh, nice. Bisaya. Oh, okay. Misspelled. Okay. Celtic and Japanese sounds pretty. Yeah, Celtic is an interesting thing because it's actually a whole bunch of languages. So there's Gaelic, Scots Gaelic, Irish, Welsh, and I think there's also Manx is also a language on its own. I don't know, 100%. Yeah. I want to learn Welsh. It's like one of the oldest languages still spoken in the Northern Hemisphere. It sounds old and it's so pretty and it's so good musically. Like, Welsh is such a nice language for singing in. Like, I really, really want to learn Welsh for something vocally. Even though I'm Filipino, I grew up speaking English, which I only know like basic Tagalog. Yeah. A lot of my Filipino friends are very, very similar. Like, I'll see them occasionally type something in Tagalog, but it's like so few and far between. They like never speak it aloud. Off the top of my head, the it sounds cool languages I'd like to learn are French and Italian. Ooh, yeah. My it sounds cool languages are also Italian. I've sung in Italian before, so I know that I know the basics of the pronunciation. But it's interesting. Grammatically, French is scary. German is scary grammatically, but it's one of those it sounds cool languages. Functional languages? Mandarin. Functional languages, I should probably learn Mandarin. Functionally, I have to learn Japanese. I could get away with Dutch because it's not too different from something that I already speak. French I've attempted to learn, but much like with the German, the gendered nouns is just insane. I'm Mexicana, but I can't speak Spanish. If you speak it to me, I'll respond back in English. Oh my word, yeah. Okay, that's an interesting factoid. Had not been able to glean that piece of information off of your socials, but interesting. Italian, Portuguese, and Spanish are born from Latin. I can understand a bit of those if it's speaken clearly and slow enough. Yeah, the Latin languages do have some very, very strong similarities. So if you know one, you can mostly figure out what another one is saying. Which, interestingly, for the language I speak, which is Afrikaans, it is very easy to pick up words in Dutch, which Afrikaans is born from Dutch. It's like almost one-to-one with the Dutch of 200 years ago, now with a lot of English loanwords. And it's also possible to pick up a fair amount of German, actually. One can figure out German with what I've got. But it's interesting. It's like Afrikaans is like 200 years ago, North Holland, North Netherlands type. Yeah. I'm half Mexican, not many know, which is why my new model will look the way it does. Ooh, nice. Nice. I'm looking forward to it. Okay. Coffee, and then we continue with rendering. Okay. Oh wow. That is a massive list of languages. Total polyglot. Wow. That's awesome. That is so cool. Everyone gets into language buffs other than English. Yes, English is the language which you do not want to have as your second or third or fourth or fifth language, because it is a nightmare to learn. But it is one of the most versatile languages if it's your first language for going anywhere. I could watch you render all day. Aww. I'm glad. Let us resume and continue. I think we shall now move on to the... Okay, I've got to actually continue with the... I've got to continue here because... Up here... Hold up. So I've got a little bit of life in there. Now we need to add... a little bit, just a little bit of blush to the equation. Okay. And then lastly, over here, we're going to grab that again. And we're going to go glow dodge. Not glow dodge, we're going to go add. Yes. That was the one I was looking for. I was asked very, very recently what my favorite part of the process was. Sometimes I think I enjoy rendering a lot, sometimes I don't, sometimes I do. It depends on how I've set up my layers, really. But the rendering side part, when you get to it, is also a lot of fun. Okay. So, the interesting thing with Eve here is that I kind of, in the iteration that we stole her hair from, which is this iteration, I actually used the very same color palette as what I used for my own hair. So if I scroll this way, just a smidge, and line that up, you'll see it's actually the exact same colors as my hair. Why? Because I was lazy. But it works on her character because of her color palette as well. So it works. It works out. Fun. Okay, so here what we're going to do is I'm going to add a multiply layer. And we're going to start by just adding a little bit of shade back here. It's not lazy, it's an Easter egg. Let's roll with that. Let's roll with that. How many layers do you usually use for this kind of drawing? That is a good question. I've never actually bothered to count. I've never actually bothered to count. I know that I like to usually keep my inks in at least 2 layers. So one for the main body layers and one for the eyes. Depending on how complicated the hair is, I'll separate the hair off as well into different subgroups on the inking, on the lines. As for the colors, it depends on how many colors the character has, frankly. So I like to do this silhouette layer at the bottom that is just to make sure that if there's any gaps in my coloring, that it shows the same color as the line art. And that way, if there's any mistakes, you don't actually see them because there is a provision made to cover those up. But then I like to have a layer, if I just lean, rotate, clean, that way. Yeah, let me do that. Okay. You'll see that I've got a layer here for the green and then any additional layers on top of that attach to it. And then as I scroll, okay, that's the bottom of my layers list. You can't actually see past me there. Wait, let me just move myself quickly to that side of the screen. I will have a base color layer for each color. So I've got one for the hair, one for the blue, one for the grey blue, one for the gold, one for the silver. That's all of the layers that I've got there. And lately I've been trying to actually do all of my coloring on one layer per color. Mostly. Unless there's a specific layer effect that I want, like the multiply or the add, like what I've got on the skin. I actually try to mostly do it all in one layer because it forces me to be more pedantic in terms of my color theory and my painterly skill. So that's something that I am working on. So let me just go back to where I belong. Okay. But yeah, it basically depends on how many colors the character has. But I usually have a lot of layers for the eyes. But that is a hang-up from working on live 2D models, actually, is to have all of the colors on the eyes. For all of the layers on the eyes, because it helps separate things later. Okay, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into normal mode and I'm going to unclip it and I'm going to take that away and I'm going to take this out of the color layer for a second and just hide all of that because I could not actually see what I was doing courtesy all of the scratches on my screen. So I could not see what on earth I was doing right there. So now I can do my shading and actually see what I'm doing. suddenly thinking about the idea of my character as live 2D in the layers. You're looking at no less than 200 layers. Just putting that in front, because on top of that you've got a muzzle. So that instead of having a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 layer mouth means you're going to have at least 12 layer mouth at least. And that's just on the mouth. Plus wings and all those scales. Yeah, the scales you're probably going to be able to get away with having those on your base color layer. Maybe with a clipping mask. Maybe with a clipping mask. For reflections. Now I'm curious about all my layers. I'm going to count them real quick. Essentially, what I find the thing with layers is you want as many as you need, but as few as you can. And when in doubt, label your name your layers. Name your layers to save yourself headaches. If you know you're going to only have a couple of temporary layers that are clipped to something that you're going to merge them down to later, make sure that you've at the very least got the base layer that you're clipping to named, because otherwise you're going to look and hunt and search for a small eternity. For where is that layer? Specifically that layer. I've used a multitude of layers in most of my graphics design works. Yeah. And then when you return to a project a year later because you want to reuse an asset out of it, it's like, oh, where did I put this thing now? I see it, but where is it? Because on the layer previewer it's not exactly easy to see. Or is this in fact just one layer, or is it a combination of 7? That just looks like one layer. This looks really, really messy at the moment, and it's fine because it's going to get clipped down anyway. So everything outside of the lines is going to vanish. And I don't need to worry about cleaning it up. Because that would just be wasted effort. And that's also one of the places where drawing for illustration and drawing for a specific application like Live 2D is different. It's because in certain applications, there is no such thing as outside of the lines. Because what is outside of the lines needs to get clipped on a mask, and that gets messy if you've got a bunch of those. And I just got war flashbacks to rigging hand tracking with scales on the hand. That was an interesting challenge. Not repeating that again. Not for love nor money. Did you use other software to draw, or did you always prefer Photoshop? I've cut my teeth on a couple of different software through the years. I have used Corel Studio, I have used GIMP, I have used... I briefly used a crack version of Photoshop. Very briefly. I hated it. Then I got Paint Tool Sci, and that served me well for a while. And then, when it was still called Manga Studio, I found Clip Studio. And I have been using Clip Studio ever since. So that's what I'm currently using. But, I think that one shouldn't necessarily always be bound by a specific software package, because you never know when a corporate does something really stupid. But there is no denying that sometimes certain softwares have tools that, once you've gotten used to them, getting away from them is really difficult. Back in 2000, I used Paint.net for my compositions and arrangements. Used Photoshop for adding text. 434 layers, not including the folders. That is a significant number. Wow. Okay, so now I've got the dark parts in. Still use Paint.net for putting compositions together. Okay, interesting. I feel so bad for my rigger. I wouldn't at your stage, at that stage, honestly. As long as they are named without spaces, the layers are fine. If the layer names have spaces in them, then your rigger is gonna cry. Because then all of the layer names get thrown away as soon as you import it into Live 2D. Which is why when I got the Claret model art from Know You, I went through it first to make sure that I had taken out any spaces in all of the layer names. And there were a couple of spaces that snuck in there, so I needed to make sure that they were all out. Otherwise, I would have had 300 layers also, and no. no names to go with the majority of them. No spaces, they're all underscores. Fantastic, fantastic. I've just gotten used to leaving no spaces and then just first letter of each word caps. What do the spaces do? They break the name because the software reads each character in order to assign it basically a layer number or a layer ID, and the layer ID field does not recognize spaces as a character. So if the layer name in the Photoshop file has a space in it, then it breaks the naming convention, and instead of having whatever that layer's name was, like for example hair 14, it would be renamed to layer 243. It would do something like that because it's just got to do with how the software is actually coded. Peculiar? It's one of those little software idiosyncrasies that if you know about it, you can prepare for it, but if you don't know about it, you're going to cry. And then you get the fun of going through each layer and one by one figuring out what's on it and then renaming. Not fun. Yeah, exactly. So, the number one piece of advice to give anyone who's going to be drawing for Live 2D is name your layers and the spacebar does not exist. The spacebar does not exist. That is the mantra. I've gotten used to software idiosyncrasies in another application. Yep. Because every application that's a bespoke software for a specific job has those sorts of little niggles. Programs get quirky sometimes. Yep. And sometimes it's not even a designed quirk, but just something that the software programmers forgot could even be a thing that people would do. And then the users find interesting bugs and interesting problems that the programmers never thought would ever exist. Like going from Blender to Unreal or Unity. Yep. Good advice for any work with will work with translation from one program to another here. Unreal also does not like spaces in object names. Yeah, so I've gotten used to, when in doubt, when naming objects within a file, spacebar does not exist. Because that way, no matter what happens, no matter what software, the likelihood of it breaking is low. The video editing software I use, when the export finishes, it says export failed. That is... that is anxiety inducing. That is anxiety inducing. Oh my word. It fails successfully. That is good to know. Okay, that's the bottom section sorted. Now up here, let's start from the back and work our way forward. After tearing my setup apart, the tablet is not working. No! So I don't know if I'm missing a wire or what happens. I'm just gonna not draw in pen and paper, my best friend. That is frustrating. It might be a power supply issue, because I know if it's a display tablet, it's also going to want a power supply. With mine, the power supply and the data display cable are actually all a 3-in-1 type thing. But I know that might not be the case with all of them that have ever been manufactured ever. But if it's just straight up not switching on, it'll probably be power supply. If it's switching on but not communicating, it might be an issue with the data cable. Which is probably a USB connection. Also, if the connector is USB, check the amp requirement. Yeah, because sometimes the USB port that you plug it into might just not be the right kind of USB port. Sometimes it specifically wants a USB 2, sometimes it specifically wants a USB 3. Nope, it's on. It just isn't working together. It's just a me skill issue. Okay, I'm not sure how to interpret that message. Is it functional now, or is it still unfunctional? If it needs, say, 2 amps, but that supplies only feeding 0.5 or 1 amps, yeah. Yeah, because a power USB is also... We're not going to be able to draw enough for a display tablet if it's a display tablet. In which case, it's on the manufacturer for not including a proper power supply. Like, the pen is not working as a mouse. Okay, then that's going to be a driver issue. That's going to be a driver issue. You might need to reboot your machine. After making sure that you've got the right tablet driver installed. The display is on and the display is working. Okay, that's already a good starting point. Driver issues you can get afterwards, after the effect. So I'd say first go to your manufacturer website, see if you can download a driver, install the driver, reboot your machine, and if it's still not working after that, then it might depend if you've got a powered pen or if it's the sort that is no batteries. Can't stand that people actually bothered to make pens that require charging, but who knows, maybe it was an intentional thing to get people to take a break every 3 hours. Because otherwise we don't. Case in point. Almost 7 hours later. Do you get tired of talking? Sometimes, but for the most part, I've not spoken enough yet to be so sick and tired of yapping. My pen is plugged in. Oh, ooh. A wired pen. That's interesting. I mean, if I spoke a bit too much, I can feel my throat already tired. Like, I've spoken until my voice is tired before, but I haven't actually ever felt worn out yet. Hold up. Touch wood. Yet. Like, I've had, I've overdone social exposure to the point where sitting in silence feels like a really, really, really nice thing for a couple of days to just not need to speak with anyone. But I have yet to have overcooked it from streaming. Let me phrase it that way. My throat honestly gets more tired from the fact that I've got my aircon running in order to keep my machine alive. My body has never agreed with air conditioning units. It always gives me throat problems. For years and years and years. Like, inescapable fact of existence. Air conditioners give me throat problems. But then again, I'm also not doing the kind of streaming where I'm putting really excessive stress on my throat. Like, I don't scream. I do not scream. Or yell at my screen or any random nonsense of that description. So it's kind of just like I would actually say that the amount of talking that I do on a 7-hour stream is probably easier on my voice than what a 7-hour school day is on a teacher. Probably. Because I'm not screaming at kids to shut up and stay seated. From what I've seen, creative streams tend to be rather chill types that don't involve much screaming. Yeah. I hope creative is what that RT meant. Art streams. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense in terms of typing. Just a missed character. Okay, yeah. No, like, unless you are dynamically screaming because you keep using the wrong layer, or you keep accidentally deleting the wrong thing, like I have been doing, there should be very, very little to scream about, unless you're like in a voice chat with another person that is encouraging you to scream for whatever reason. But no, I would say that as far as my voice is concerned, this is much easier than if I were a school teacher. That's for sure. At least as far as my voice is concerned. Voice usage is high volume, low intensity. Save button, coffee. So when I go far, far away from the camera like that, that is usually because I'm leaning back to take a sip of my coffee. And because my camera is so far away from me, it reads that as me kind of falling off into the distance. So my VTube studio keeps throwing me off. Oopsie. Okay. So, I am happy with the hair. Number next is the skirt here. Sorry, just need to check something. Okay. Sorted. Harpatatam. For now, at least. Okay, so now we adjust this so that goes. It's that color, it goes darker and it goes more saturated. It goes slightly more that way. Okay. The faces when it moves back and forth, yeah. That half not in the room glitchiness is its own comedy aspect. Mm. So far, so good. Okay. I'm going to get to this to work, so help me. You will get this to work! I believe in you. I believe in you, Citri. You've got this. Orange cat. You woken up. I am happier with that. Really like the glasses, reminds me that I have to fix mine. Yeah. Shame. Glasses are an interesting thing to need to have to fix. Is it an issue with the lens or an issue with the arms? Okay, now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna steal that color. The frame, one of the lenses is hovering over it, just partially glued to it. Ooh. Ooh. That's a difficult one. That might need to actually get taken to a repair specialist, because that is not going to be an easy one to fix. Okay. That is decent. Ish. Let's add a little bit of shine to this equation. I found out my issue. I'm missing a cable. As to where that cable is, I don't know. No. Sad. Sad. It's the USB cable that connects the device to the computer. That's not the display. Yeah. I had a funny feeling it might be. It's the data cable. There's always, with a display tablet, there's always 3 parts. Power, display, and data. What you're missing is the data cable. That's a tricksy one. Because it might look just like any other USB-C cable. Unless it's got a very specific marking on it, it's going to be difficult to identify if it's in a drawer with a bunch of others. End of the coffee. Okay. It has a square on one end, I know that much. Yeah, You'll see somewhere on the side or back of your display tablet, it'll have a port for that cable somewhere. Either that or it'll be part of a cable hub on probably your display cable. If the port for your tablet that's on the tablet side is like a round peg hole, that's rare, but it's not unheard of, then you'll know what you're looking for then. Otherwise, it might be like a USB-C, which is the round-ended oval, which is symmetrical, with no one side it is round and one side is sharp. It's tricky to guess. Because it might very well look like a cell phone cable for an Android device. Concept artist's favorite, the mysterious rim light. Well, that just means I get to vibe and watch you do highlights. That's fair, that's fair. But I do hope that you have success in finding your cable eventually. Because it's the sort of thing that would annoy me to the ends of the earth. To know that the cable exists, but I have no idea where it is. Okay, but I think that just about does it. Let me just tone it down ever so slightly. Eventually, yes. Right now, nah, too lazy. Fair, fair, fair. Okay, I'm happy with that now. I'm happy with that now. It's a distinctly different material, I think. It's a distinctly different material. What I am going to do though, is I am going to pull in some textures. Hold up, up here. Monochrome, texture. I want, on this side, I want... this one. Clip. Multiply. No, not that. This one? Yes, this one. Like that. Just add a little bit of texture. Like that. And now we rasterize it and grab our liquify brush. And now we just get a little bit more conformity to the contouring. That. It's subtle, but a little bit of texture does add. Similarly, over here, I'm going to take this one here. Like that. Yes, that will do. So that we get that canvas feel. Okay, now we clip that, grab that. Actually, no. Here, I'm going to just be lazy about it. Put this on a multiple. It's gonna go this way. It's good enough for here. Okay. Grab that, lock, pull, unlock. so. And show that again. Great. That works. Now we need a highlight, which is gonna be add glow. And it's gonna be this one. And I'm gonna dial this way down. But I just want to be able to see it for a start. Okay, make this 10. 10 is too little. Dial that up just a bit. There, that's good enough. As long as you don't mind getting a non-digital reference, I'll take a picture of my drawing and send that instead. I want to draw it anyways, just a pencil draw. Okay, no problem, Satri. That's perfect, thank you. Anything as long as I can read it is great, as far as reference goes. Natsu, belated congratulations on the live 2D. Thank you so much, Natsu. Welcome in. Thank you for joining us. My favorite stage of drawing is grief. I should not laugh as much as I wanted all of a sudden. Why was that funny? It shouldn't be. It really shouldn't be. Okay. It might be the 11 PM starting to reach me. That really had no business being that funny. But it's not inaccurate. It's really not inaccurate. I think we've all had that phase at least once. Okay. I think that is everything aside from the lips and the eyes, and then we just need to do the coat. because there is a coat toggle as well, but I'm going to save that for tomorrow because I'm not going to have that bandwidth this very day. But I am going to hit the save button. But it's going well. It's going very, 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 very well. Okay, grab that. Come over here. To our skin layer. Come here. Pick that. And let's pick that one, and I want that color. There we go. It's the only nail we see, but it can deserve a little bit of lambing. Okay. Now let us go. Yeah. Slow. Alright. Now this is gonna look probably a little bit weird for a moment. Okay, so the lip shape that we went with was in fact this one, yes? This was the lip shape that we went with. And it's pretty much there, okay. Now, that's a pretty red, yay! Now what we're going to do is we're going to steal that color off of there, with that, which had a little bit of the multiply on it. We're just going to give it a little bit of depth, just a smidge. And we're also going to add a mask, and just ever so slightly soften the edge. There we go. And then lastly, we're going to grab our highlight color over here. Just like that. This is a very good drawing, by the way. Thank you, Lynxus. Hello! Thank you for joining us. I'm going to steal that one because it's a little bit darker. Just fill this in just a smidge more. There we go. It's gonna look weird for a bit and then proceeds to look pretty on every bit. Yeah, I forgot that I wasn't doing my usual style of lips, because usually I do not actually apply lipstick to the lips, so I forgot that I was not going to have to do half of the steps that I usually do. Some of which look strange. Some of which look really strange, but it turned out well, so I'm happy. I can roll with that. I can roll with that. Okay, so now, on top of all of this, I'm gonna make my eyes folder. Rename folder, eyes. Put eyes lines inside the eyes folder. Add a new layer. The eyes lines on top of it. Call the bottom layer sclera. Now, my skin is relatively dark, so we can jump straight into the white right away, because we've got enough contrast to be able to see it. Sometimes when dealing with lighter skins, you can't always see the sclera when you're flatting them in. And then you look again and you've got weird holes in the wrong places. So you got to draw them in a different color. Usually something relatively dark and creepy looking. To first get them filled out. So that when you actually work with them, everything works out fine in the end. Okay. I've recently taken to airbrushing the inner corners of the eyes so that one doesn't have to actually paint tear ducts and such for stylization, because you can get away with it. Okay, then on the eyes lines we now add a bit of red over here, pick our black. There we go. And other side. Okay, and then we are going to have, what is the eye color? Is this? So we're going to grab that brown. And we're going to just softly pull that in there. And the same on this side. Okay, and then back over here, highlight color. Right, that ain't a match. They looked right individually, but they didn't look like a pair. So now this gets a sharp one, like that. There we go. So that's the eyelashes. I pop in yet again. Hello, Sam. Things are going well. We are almost done for the evening. I will do the lab coat tomorrow, but we are very, very close to done for today. At the nearly 8-hour mark. We're 20 minutes to 8 hours. So we are just going to finish the eyes, and that is not going to take 8 hours. No, it's not going to take 20 minutes to finish the eyes. But I'm going to probably call it at the 8-hour mark. A whole shift, yeah. This will have been my workday. I always love drawing the eyes, it's just purely beautiful. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I like saving the face for last. It's honestly one of the reasons why I like saving the face for last. Because otherwise you finish drawing the face and then you don't feel motivated to do any of the rest of it. Although, once again, I'm not 100% sure about this gaze all of a sudden. It's like this eye is just poink, not looking in the same direction. I do not like that. Okay, now I'm feeling a bit better about it. Okay, I'm feeling a bit better about that, guys. Yeah. That actually looks like she's looking at the camera now. Fantastic. Okay, now we can come to the iris. Okay, now we go and we add. I'm going to start with a glow dodge layer on top of that. And then we're going to paint in new layers underneath. First things first, make that lighter, clear. I'm gonna grab the skin color for that, yes. Okay. And let's make that 50. Bring it up a little bit more. 75 should do. 75 should do, okay. Now in between, we add a multiply. Also same color. I'm gonna go with this one. And let's add detail. You kind of look like a professor teaching its students to draw. I certainly hope so. If you guys are learning stuff, then I think I'm doing my job right. If you guys are learning stuff, then I'm a happy camper. Okay, now I want another glow dodge. And this one is going to be on top. And that's just to give a little bit of a reflective shininess to the top of the eye. I learn a lot from watching you. Yay! I'm glad. I'm glad. Now we can add our pupils. Which are indeed going to be here. They're going to be black first. And lock. Grab this. A little bit of our base color brown over the top, just to give it some depth. And now on top of the eyes lines we go add glue. here. Just like that. Now, the question is to give the edge of the eye a little bit of a ring or not. I don't think so. I think in this case, the deep darkness in the eyes actually really makes them pop. So I'm going to leave them as is there. What I am going to do is go to the Slera layer, lock opacity there, and I'm going to take this shading color and I'm just going to give it a little bit of a shade like that. And now what I'm going to do is up here, this is our pupils. Let me just call them pupils accordingly. Now we go, put that down. This one. First things first, we're going to grab. You can always use Googly Eyes as a placeholder. This is true. This is true. One could do that if one was so inclined. So here what I'm doing is I'm doing an eyelid shadow. What I like to do is take a dark color with just this little bit of a margin by the red. Just like that. Then take our lighter one with the airbrush and just fill like so. Make this a bit smaller and just eep that up a little bit more because I like that shape, and eep this down a little bit. Okay, that's good. Now we clip that to the Slera. First we put that in a group and then clip that down. Yes. Put this on a multiply like so. Filter, blur, Gaussian blur. 6 is good, which is the default. And nice and soft eyelid shadow, just like that. I don't have a whole bunch of ornaments on the eyes, so there's no real point in doing little crisscrosses and such into the lid shadow either, so that makes sense. Maybe I can dial it down just a smidge. Just a smidge. There we go. And there we have it. Mostly done. Mostly done. At 5 minutes to the 8-hour mark. Huzzah! I think that today we had really, really good progress. Let me just close the emotes one because we're not using it again. Absolutely beautiful, 10 out of 10. Would get nervous when talking to her. Well, luckily for you, she's taken. But I am glad that you like the art. I am happy. I'm happy with how that render turned out. I think it went well. I am happy with that. And also on our planning side of things, we managed to get a lot of brain work done earlier in the day as well. So at least you guys now have at least an idea of some of the stuff that is filling my brain as well. So, to recap, for those of us who weren't here when we first went through the list, we can now half check the first one. Off the list, because we have got it mostly there. I will be able to finish that tomorrow in tomorrow's art stream. We'll be able to finish this. So this one we're going to be able to finish in time. Then I've still got to do the 2 prizes we've still got to do. Then the secret group project art, which is 4 full bodies. I've got 1 of them up to the flat color stage, and I've got 2 of them in the rough sketch starting to clean up for inking phase, and I've got 1 that I've still got to start. Claret, I have the basics of her head turn. I've still got to rig her mouth, and I've still got to rig literally everything else on her. The Mistling mascot design is probably going to happen next week, because all of a sudden the tail half of the week has gotten really busy in my world. So we'll see what happens about Gorilla streams, but do not expect anything to happen on Friday or Saturday or Sunday or Monday. Do not expect anything to happen on those days. Monday, I might just be a zombie. I will not be a bird alien, I will be a zombie alien. So bear that in mind. We'll see what happens in the tail end of the week. Thursdays are generally a bad day for me for streaming, because life just drags at a ridiculous pace on Thursdays. And it's difficult getting things in order there. Like you have seen me post in many places multiple times, I never did get a hold of Thursdays. I never could get a hang of Thursdays. Arthur Dent is a very relatable character in that regard. So we'll see what happens regarding the mascot design. Yeah, I'm gonna just up and confess, I did actually start. Open. Here. Yeah. Yeah. What the hell just happened? Hold up, hold up, hold up. Okay, that's why. Cut. Paste. Replace. Okay, it was in the wrong location. That's why I was so scared that I'd thrown... Or, not that I'd thrown something away, but rather that things had been... lost. Which would absolutely destroy me. So, confession time. I have started on Dari. I've barely started on Dari, but I've started on his live 2D. So, I'm working on him in between other things when I can't sleep. Yeah, so he's slowly but certainly coming together. I've got an interesting time with him because he has 6 arms. And that's going to be fun. Yeah. So, Dari is a thing that I am busy working on as well. So, he is going to be a portfolio model that I'm going to be working on. He's also going to be part of Fort Misthaven's crew. It's going to be weird when I'm doing the test piloting of Dari, just as I'm going to have to test pilot Claret for rigging test purposes. But it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. What I am going to find is the most interesting challenge with Dari is going to be figuring out how to pose his 6 arms in the idle states, because that is going to be wild. Maybe she'll feel like talking in my stream sometime. She's already made a cameo once with chat saying hi to her when she briefly popped into the room while I was live. Usually when I'm streaming she's singing in another room. Yes. The face rendered looks like the rest of the body is submerged. Yeah. He's floating in milk. Okay. Yeah. That is what happens when you've got only a couple of layers done. So, just so that we can revisit the conversation about how many layers go into a Life 2D. This is going to be a lot. He will be interesting to see in motion. Very. I'm very much looking forward to it. I'm also looking forward to at some point next year as well. If things go according to plan, I'll be able to do both my model and his as well in 3D. It's going to be very interesting trying to figure out how to do motion tracking for him, because it's going to be extra arm bones, potentially, for motion tracking, which means that there's going to need to be an arm control switch, or sometimes even, potentially, depending on use case, multiple passes for multiple animations. We'll see what happens. It's going to be a lot of fun, because it's going to be completely different armatures that are going to need to be accounted for. And this is, let's just put it this way, he's got a lot of interesting and very unique problems to solve as far as the character build goes, and it's going to be a lot of fun working on him. But yeah, to look at the question of how many layers there are. So far, front hair, we've got 13 layers in the bangs, 14, 15, 16 layers in the bangs. So, let's add this up because I can't keep track. So, 16 plus the front hair layers. So far, we've got 7 front hair layers, so plus 7. Eyebrows is going to be 1 layer when it's collapsed. Eyes is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, plus mouth, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus 6, 7, on the inside of the mouth. Nose consists of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Plus face base is 1, 2, wait, that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that's 56 and we haven't even gotten through the whole head yet. 56 layers and we haven't even gotten through the whole head yet. And that's basics. So, fun times. And this is why live 2D models are expensive. When more complicated players, it's going to be up to 10 layers, but because it's pixel art and a lot more simple. Okay, pixel art is a whole nother kettle of fish. Pixel art is an interesting challenge to do on the best of days, so kudos on that. Wow. As long as everyone's happy there in chat, everything is okay. Yeah. So, fun times ahead working on this guy. So, that is one of my... No longer wonder it costs an arm, leg, and a kidney to get one rigged decently. Yeah, and this I'm keeping in mind. This is going to be rigged in a modular way, just like my model is, so that I can do rigging upgrades over time as well. So, it's kind of impossible to see at the moment, but for example, my arms are rigged or built, constructed, so that they have a fair amount of maneuverability. And you can't see that at the moment because I've got it on the simple rig at the moment, but for example, the upper torso is going to consist of no less than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 layers on the upper torso alone. And that's on a character that has 2 arms. So add another 4 layers per pairs of arms. It's gonna be wild. It's gonna be so wild. And then that is just if you're doing the art pre-cut. If you have a piece like this that is not cut and you need to cut it up and do back painting, now that is another challenge altogether, because a lot of people do uncut character design art and then get that turned into VTubers, and the people who go and cut apart those illustrations have another layer of respect, because that is a measure of patience, because you now have to take a pre-done piece of work and dissect it and still respect it. It takes some doing. So, fun times. I'm not going to put myself through that torture of needing to finish an illustration and then only cut it up. Goodness no, it's much easier to do it from the get-go. So yes, Dora is in process. Erna, I'm still working on notes on what to do with her design. I know she's a bunny, but that's about where it ends. Maple, I know what his dragon form looks like. I don't know what his human form looks like yet, because that'll also depend on what kind of personality he got. And then there's another guy that is added to the list. He's going to be our skirmisher, who is also in need of a design. I've got facial shape and hairstyle, but his outfit is still very much to be determined. who's going to be our skirmisher, because that's going to be an interesting one. Maple, I think, is going to be our paladin. Yeah, Maple is going to be a paladin for sure. We don't have anyone from the cavalry division yet. I see. Well, that's a bit chip in when we get to it. It's fine. It's fine. I'm going to still need to do patrol outfits for all of these as well, because the patrol outfits are going to be a thing that have to be different for each one, because there's no ways that a paladin is going to deal in the same armor as a sentinel. Not a chance on this blue earth. Okay, so that is a note that I'm tying in my tail right now. Okay. And then, of course, the Fort Misthaven Bold, which is huge. Krahazek, I might request your assistance on this, because I'm going to need buildings. And I do not know how I am going to impose on you for some construction assistance. We'll trade. We'll trade, because I can't pay you money, but I can draw you stuff. I can't pay you money, but I can draw you stuff. The Citadel? Yeah, I've got a map for where the buildings are roughly and what sort of layout I want for the Citadel. I've got that drawn out. I just need actual buildings to populate it with. So I will impose on you for some of that, because I just need shells. I just need exterior shells. I don't need interiors. I don't need interiors. Like, one day's one day, when we both have that mastery and capacity and things turn out. We might want to make one or two of those buildings something that you can enter, but yeah, it's portfolio work for you, it is project stuff for us, and who knows, we might end up having something that works. So, we'll trade. Sorry for guys that I'm just wheeling and dealing here on the fly. It's just the person I know who does 3D hard body work just happens to be here, so hey. Ask while the iron is soft, as it were. Then we've got our list of things that I can work on for our Begone digital store launch, which has a lot that I need to work on. I've got to do all of the emotes because, oh man, that's going to be fun. Now, it sounds complicated. I wish you both like, thank you, Citrina. Yeah, so one of the reasons why Fort Misthaven is kind of a big deal for me for the build is because I kind of desperately need it fairly urgently, because I want to use it for background assets for a bunch of supporting illustrations for a bunch of stuff that's going to go in the store eventually. For consistency purposes, for production time purposes, etc. etc. I like plan will likely end up trying to come up with floor plan for all 60 floors of the Citadel. I will discuss with you the actual layout, because it is it was a I will talk about the layout of the Citadel with you. There are flaws at a point, but at the moment it is confidential information. So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that, and it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. You're going to get experience in level design. You're going to get experience in level design, and it's going to be cool. Anyway, yeah, I want the Citadel done so that we can have these assets for everything else, which is going to be really, really important for being able to do stuff consistently and not have backgrounds that it's like, this looks like a completely different city from the last drawing. So that is going to be fun to figure that out. the mini comics and zines are going to largely depend on how quickly I can get the supporting characters figured out. Like at the moment, it's only Harrier and Dari and Claret that have fixed designs, but we're going to need the others eventually so that I can actually do the little short stories for that. And those are going to be, everything that you see here is going to be behind a paywall, and some of it is going to be on a timed paywall, so after a certain amount of time it's going to be freely accessible, but if you want early access basically, then it's going to be a paywalled thing, because I need to make ends meet and actually get a chance to eat. So that is the deal. My interests in design started with architecture and floor layouts in high school. Okay, then this ought to be right up your alley. This ought to be right up your alley. Because it's going to be two things. It's going to be city planning, of which I've done half of it for you. And it's also going to be the architectural design of the lower layers. And that's going to be interesting, because it's going to also include some elements that are not visible from the surface. I'm excited now. I'm excited now. Looking forward to working with you, mate. So yes, lots of things to do. I've got to record some vocal stuff, and I need to record ambience of places so that we can actually have sound to go with all of the places in Port Misthaven as well. That works. Why base building games is a big attractor to me. Yep, that sounds like yeah, like I'm sensing a progression here. It's architecture to base building games to actually building architecture in 3D, and continuing with base builder games to level design to game dev. What? Anyway, where I struggle is furnishing rooms and spaces. Yeah, furnishing and interior design is a whole other skill set. It's also one where I sometimes feel a little bit irk, because let's just say that the only interior design I have ever done is deciding on which colors to paint my walls, and the color I chose was grey. Every other time, the choice has always been white, or white, or white. So, yeah, interior design is something that you do with whatever pieces of furniture you have lying around. Not a big stretch from building floor layout to starship floor layout. No, not a very big difference at all. Not a very big difference at all. As long as you know what the purpose of each space is and what your floor space limits are per space, then it's actually pretty straightforward. It's like, okay, how big is this standard thing relative to the amount of space that I have, and how can I make everything that I need to fit in here fit? Good to see you're thriving with work to do. You're drowning on it while I die of thirst. We'll find something soon. Yeah, this is what I mean when I say I live in a state of creative chaos. Perpetuator of creative chaos. It's because I've got too much stuff on my plate and I keep coming up with more ideas, and there aren't enough hours in a day or enough brain cells to actually go through everything myself. So that's why building a team is an important part of the process. Then I go further with how the door mechanisms work. Ooh. Yeah, door mechanisms are interesting because if you're doing spaceship design, it's like a massive part of your rig. If you're doing something like level design, then yeah, you might have an animation, but you want it to be simple enough so that it isn't a huge chunk of data for your game to load every time. Interesting stuff. I need to do some environment design and get new backgrounds to go with my new design, Eve's design here. Ooh, yes. Fantasy doors are typically very simple things. Mostly, yeah. But yeah, we've got fun times ahead. We will talk more regarding Fort Misthaven and its constructions. One thing that I'm still deciding is how I'm going to actually implement the Fort Misthaven once it's been built, and in what manner I'm going to actually implement it. So at the moment I have 3 major options, and then I've been looking into VR and VR world building. Yeah, that's where I'm going with this next point, is that in terms of implementation there are 3 options. Either one works natively in Blender to export views as needed, which is doable but clunky on rendering time. Second option is to import it into Unity for use in something like a VR package as a VR world, which is great for sharing, not great for privacy, and can get stolen unless you keep the code to get to the thing very, very, very secure. And also, I don't own VR, so there's that. So security to the world is irk. Third option is motion, which I was just about to say. Motion has been sitting in... I've been sitting in the Motion Discord for the last several months, trying to just glean information and so on. They've actually built in a game builder in Motion now, which is really, really, really cool. Which means that it all of a sudden interactivity in the platform is going to be amazing. And I'm looking forward to being able to actually implement motion in a bunch of stuff going forward. Warudo, you can import a 3D environment, I believe. At the moment, I think that is a premium feature of Warudo. I think. I'm speaking under correction. For now, Warudo, I think, only has, for the free access version, Warudo has its own library of environments. To my knowledge, it's a very good package, but unless you're running the premium version, it might be not what I am looking for my purposes personally. Most VR social apps like VRChat have a desktop client, but it's not as immersive as actually being in VR, and it's a bit more clunky. Yeah, like, I have VRChat. I have been in it for exactly 30 minutes, I think. Just trying to figure out how it actually works. I've not actually spoken to anyone in VRChat. I just tried to figure out the navigation, basically. But yeah, I've got access to Motion on my Steam account. Yeah, Motion is currently free on early access as well, so it's a really, really good package. I've been looking into Warudo and Begone. Begone is good for your basic tracking. If you don't need an environment, Begone is also very, 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 very good. Warudo, if you need an environment, or if you want to do something that has like a... If you want to do anything that has a external animation element like a PMX... not a PMX. Miku Miku Dance motion that you want to implement, then Warudo is fantastic. If you're not going to be doing that sort of stuff, it might be a little bit overkill. Zawarudo. Yes, that's the meme. Don't wear it up. Begone goes through Unity, if I recall. Yes, most 3D VTuber apps run on Unity. The only one I think that does not run on Unity is the Micoverse, which is developed by Code Miko, that runs on Unreal, and that is part of the Metaverse project, to my knowledge. I am speaking heavily under correction. That is the only one that runs on Unreal, to my knowledge. Everything else runs in Unity. So, literally every other 3D VTuber package is built in Unity. Yeah, when I'm in VRChat, I'm typically in private instances. Yeah. Maybe I could help you with VRChat sometimes. I have experience with it, as well as the version 1 Vive and 3 body trackers that I never use anymore. Well, I would not say no to body trackers that are not being used if you don't mind shipping them halfway across the planet. I would not say no, but it's like, are you sure? I'm garbage at Unity though. Look, Unity, it's it's got its quirks. All of the softwares have their quirks, honestly. The main thing is the porting from Blender into Unity, and from Unity into either Motion or Warudo. But both packages have very, very good documentation to assist in that, and yeah. Also, I may or may not have a couple of contacts who I can ask if there are major roadblocks. Or at the very least, I could maybe help with testing. Testing is also a major assist, honestly, because sometimes the person who builds the thing does not know how to break the thing as a user would break it in testing. I have friends who work in software and the support of software, and let's just say that it is amazing what users manage to break. Yeah, so even testing things would be a massive help, so we'll make a team. We'll make up a team. My major roadblock so far has been coding for some features of some of my worlds. I'm good at breaking things. If you need help, let me know. We'll see. We'll see. There's lots to do. Lots to do. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. But yeah, so we'll workshop some things. We'll get it to work. And yeah, we'll see how things pan out. There is... I've got a lot of big ideas, but it all depends on who I can get on board and if the synergy in the workspace works out, really. I'm actually experienced in software QA testing. 3 years of professional experience. Okay, that is massive good to know. Wow. So to anyone in the VOD squad, here is a giant pool of expertise that you can tap into if you find yourself if you find yourself needing someone who's got any of these skill sets. You're welcome, VOD squad. Yeah, so I think we are going to workshop a couple of these things out, test a few things. I will put together a channel in Fort Misthaven with those of us involved in there, and we can workshop some things and figure out timelines and work according to everyone's individual availability, because I understand that you guys both have day jobs as well, so I don't want to impose too heavily. But if you have capacity, I will work on you guys with this, and we'll figure some cool stuff out. And yet I'm currently working in banking. Yep, amazing how things work out. It's kind of wild. Kind of wild. If we can get things to fly nicely, it would be really cool. And the goals, guys, is that we can get things to work in such a way that I'm not begging for sustainability every single time that I open a stream. That is goal number 1. Second goal is, after having achieved sustainability, is to be able to grow so that we can invest in other people in the team to continue to be able to make cool stuff. So I want to be able to make enough money out of all of these cool ideas that I've got to be able to pay folks like you to assist me in making the other bigger, cooler ideas happen. That's the goals. That's the goals. Because I want to not rely on charity for making big things happen. I want to be able to pay people fairly, because I am in the position where being fairly compensated for my efforts would be nice. I do not want to take advantage of people who are in similar situations later down the line. everyone take a special note of the last message of David's message right there. But we appreciate the humor, David. We appreciate the humor. It is noted. It is noted. Growth and sustainability in this field and tangentially related ones would be great. Yeah. And we're in an era now, as far as the life cycle of the industry goes, where it is actually up to independent entities like ourselves to create the opportunities that are going to become the next, staples, really. Because the previous or current dispensation of corporate entities have reached a critical state in their financial lifespan, let's call it that. And with that comes some significant mentality shifts, which in the long run cause the downfall of a company. And that leads the opportunity to the growth of the next generation that can hopefully, maybe, not make the same mistakes as their forefathers. I wouldn't ask for payment for helping you, I just have an interest in seeing where things go. Yeah, it all depends on what role you fulfill in the team, basically. If you are basically a volunteer tester for stuff, then naturally that will be something that has, I won't say none, but less of an urgent need for remuneration as someone who's like actively building assets. But all fairness needs to be considered, and time allocations and so on. So it's not something that I want to air openly necessarily, but I do think that there are roles and tasks that do absolutely need to be handled in a very, very specific way. Long story short, on top of everything else, I'm going to definitely need a business manager. Oh my word, I can't keep a track of this all myself. I just want to make cool stuff. I don't want to have to do all the paperwork. That's gonna be wild. Oh man, how am I going to find someone who can handle international trade law? Oof. Anyway, so these are the thoughts that I wrestle with between the hours of midnight and 3 a.m. is trying to figure out how to do everything legally. Fun. And not accidentally commit tax fraud, because that would be bad. I do not want to accidentally commit tax fraud. If you need to test subjects, I'm up for it. I'm not afraid of needles at all. Ah, good to know. Good to know. Good to know. I think I have a copy of the US ITER regulation in PDF form. I'm not 100% sure what that regulation is in relation to, but I honestly think one of the things that I need to do is actually find a person who has a local person who is a legal or financial person who has at least got their wits about them for this sort of stuff, for that administration role. But yeah, well, that is something that I need to figure out. It is one of the many things on my to-do list that is not on my list that you see on screen, but it's on the list as find appropriate people who can assist me with stuff and be able to pay them to do the jobs. If I recall, it's about aerospace, rockets, and related tech and import-export. Okay. Yeah, that's not going to be necessarily 100% relevant because it's going to be dealing more with the entertainment industry. So we're going to be looking at intellectual properties. We're going to be looking at remote work contracts. It's going to be who pays what taxes locally versus internationally. Whether it is going to be legally a requirement for me to have a presence in the country of wherever people are working. So it's all just mad. I grabbed it originally as I was looking at to start up an aerospace company. Okay, that is... wow. Wow. That is cool. That is cool. Like, my company, I originally got it as a shelf company, which I thought... I had no idea what I was actually going to do with it. Then it had a brief foray into a general wholesaler for something, which didn't work out, and then it kind of became a publishing house for a little bit. I published a book with my company. 2. No, the second one I just did the layout for it. I published a book with my company, and then it just devolved into, okay, publishing is not my vibe, but media, entertainment, digital goods. That is my field. Okay, it's a media company. Change the name again for the 3rd time at the company registration part of the company. Let's go, and here we are. And I have never taken payment for a commission that has not gone through this company. So, literally, it is insane. Yeah, so shenanigans indeed. Shenanigans indeed. But now we've been talking for a whole 30 minutes more than what I anticipated being live for. Nice thing about Onyx Dragon Incorporated, the name is not a product or service specific. Yes. Yeah. My my company used to also be a more generic thing, but then it's like, Emporium does not entirely sound right for digital products. Let's just call it Keeper Media and be done with it. So, yeah. That's how things went. Wild times. Wild, wild, wild times. But yes, you're still going. I don't know how, but yes. But I was literally just about to say, but I think that is the end of my tank for this day. It is 8 minutes past midnight in my local time, so I'm going to love and leave you all. We managed to get a lot done today. There is only one thing left to do on Eve, and that is her coat, and I suppose a mouth open version as well, for just in case. Then I will do that tomorrow. Right, oh no, I still haven't set up the quill. Oh man, I haven't set up the quill yet. Oh, it just struck me. Oh man, okay. I'm going to go sleep now before my brain gets even more broken. Oh man. Wait. Before I do the stupid. Tomorrow's problem, go to sleep, love you. No. Oh man, I can't believe I messed up this way. Hold up. Let me just do this. Let me just see if this is gonna even launch. Hold up. Oh, it wants me to log in again. Okay, definitely not doing that now. Quit launcher. Okay, new update for the launcher is ready to be installed. The launcher will close and reopen once the update is complete. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so I'm definitely going to be going to sleep now. Rest well when you get to it. And yeah, until next time, guys, which is going to be on Twitch at let me just doubly check. On Twitch at 0830 UTC. I will be on Quill. Unless by unless for some obscure reason I managed to have not set everything up by then. So, rest well, and I'll see you guys later. Cheers, guys. Good night. Rest well when you get to it.